Oh, oh, and we're back. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes. Oh, we were back for a moment. Test, test. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. Yes. And yet... Okay, no, we are good. Where were we? Immediately, Nathor gallops away from his troop and comes speeding up the track to your rescue. As he gets nearer... just hit refresh, Dutchy. As he gets nearer, he slows his horse to allow you to leap astride its rump. Once aboard, he pulls his steed about and descends once more towards the valley floor, cheered on by his anxious men. You already... Well, I see me. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Follow me, commands Lord Constable, as he gallops past his troop without slowing. You glance over your shoulders and see them spur their steeds forward, their faces set in expressions of grim determination. Upon entering the village, you note a number of frightened women and children huddled beside a stone wall and lying beneath hay carts. Welcome back, Dutchy. It is such a... They are really cute little doggos, the Deviper ones. Some are cradling the bodies of their dead menfolk who lie scattered in the fields nearby. Then you catch sight of a group of Eldenorians in the grounds of the Abbey, laden with loot, yet even so there are some who are squabbling amongst themselves in an effort to grab an even bigger share of the booty. Nathor brings his steed to a halt, and you both quickly dismount. As your feet touch the ground, you notice... Yes, cute doggo, and then you stab me. You notice a drunken Eldoranin lurching out of the doorway of a nearby cottage. He has a flagon of ale of one hand and a young woman with a crying baby in the other. He sees you and in a moment of drunk panic drops the flagon and unsheaths a dagger from his belt. It is clear from his actions that he intends to stab the screaming child. If you have the other kind of magic, the magic we don't have, and have completed this many previous books, turn here. If you possess psychic attack, turn here. Or if you have a bow and wish to shoot him, turn here. Let's psychically destroy him. Using your discipline, you launch a concentrated burst of psychic energy at the drunken thud. This bolt penetrates his mind and stuns him, causing him to freeze in place like a statue. You take 1 damage. Unfortunately, this temporary paralysis also prevents the young woman and the child from breaking free from his grasps. After a few moments, the thug emerges from his state of psychic shock in a murderous mood, and you're forced to draw your weapon and rush towards him in an effort to stop him before he can enact his revenge upon the innocent captive child. Moments before you reach him, he throws the young woman and her child to the ground and spins around to face you. His dagger held poised to slash at your throat. He strikes and you dodge his first clumsy blow with ease. As he is about to strike for a second time, you raise your weapon and aim a scything blow at his head. Have I got a bluey? We do not presently. We have, for a period of about 15 years, we've been guide dog carers, so we've mostly had either Labradors or golden hair retrievers. Because mum did guide dog puppy education volunteer work, where we would raise the puppies between when they're 6 weeks old and like a year and a half when they go off to guide dog university. But between the ages of 0 and 22, yes, we had 2 blue heelers when I was growing up. A boy between when I was 0 and 18, and between when I was 15 and about 25, a girl. Boy and girl blue heelers, respectively. Anyway, we fight our drunk thug. He is extremely unskilled, and he doesn't actually have very much health. So he should be child's play. He literally only causes a scratch. Thank you, cries the young woman, whose child you have just saved from a certain death at the hands of the drunken thug. Sobbing with gratitude, she collapses at your feet. Gently you lift her by the arm and assure her with kind words that her ordeal is over. She smiles, reassured, but her expression quickly changes when she spots something moving behind you. There he is, that cur, Holkar, she spits, the murdering leader of these bandits. This chaos is his doing. That is an ugly lady. Well, the baby's no prettier. You turn to look at the object of her hatred and see a swarthy brigand dodging between the gravestones that line the abbey's grounds. He has a sack full of loot slung over his shoulder and is hurrying towards his horse, which stands close by the abbey's perimeter wall. Determined not to let him escape, you rush across the road and into the grounds of the abbey to give chase. Turn to 206. The brigand leader mounts his horse. Before he can make good his escape, you take a running leap over the abbey wall and drag him out of the saddle. Together you crash into the frost-hardened ground, and he desperately kicks and struggles to break free from your steely grip. Out of his boot he snatches a stiletto blade and thrusts it viciously at your throat. You dodge your head aside, avoiding its razor-sharp tip, but in doing so, let the brigand slip from your hands. He rolls away and begins to rise to his feet, but freezes, eyes wide in fearful recognition as he stares at your face. Lone wolf? He gasps, mortified as if confronting a ghost. Drop the dagger and surrender. You order, leveling your weapon at his head to reinforce your command. Swiftly, his expression changes from one of shock to sneering defiance. You'll never take me alive, he spits. And to your shocked surprise, he thrusts the dagger deep into his own chest. If you have super advanced healing and super high level, turn here. You rush to the brigand's side and wrench the dagger from his chest. The wound is deep and you sense that it has penetrated his heart. He has only seconds to live. Calling upon your advanced healing skills, you cause the torn tissue of his heart wall to knit together sufficiently to stem the bleeding. How do you know my name? Who sent you here and what is your purpose? He tries to smile through his pain, and a trickle of crimson blood runs from the corner of his mouth. You are the reason that I am here. I came looking for you, to finish you, but it is I who is finished now. Luther will not be pleased. And then as a fit of coughing reopens his punctured chest with a final gurgling gasp, he expires in your arms. You get to your feet and look around at the devastation he and his men have brought to the sleepy village of Pine Peaks. Leaderless, the remaining brigands abandon their loot and flee to the wooded hills to rejoin their confederates who attempted to ambush the troop when first you entered the valley. Nathor's men have secured the village and are helping the villagers to fight fires burning in several of the cottages. Turn to 126. You help Nathor and the villagers to fight the fires threatening to consume their humble homes, using your skill of Nexus to good effect. And when you've saved all you can, you summon the troop together to assess the situation. 6 brigands and 2 court cavalry troopers were killed during the brief fight to secure the village. The villagers themselves have lost 8 of their menfolk, several wounded and some missing, presumed to be hiding in the woods. They've retained most of their possessions, but the abbey was gutted by the fire which Holkar and the thugs started. Nathor conducts a burial for the slain villagers and his 2 men, which were slain during the attack, and pledges that Queen Evian will be informed of what has happened here this day. Her Majesty will see that justice is done, he assures the tearfully gathered peasants. The bandit realm of Eldnora will be made to pay for this crime. After the burial, Lord Nathor gives to the village elders a weighty purse of silver loon, and a horse which belonged to one of the slain men. It is a small token for the loss that they have suffered, but one appreciated by the villagers. The other horse is given to you to replace your steed that was killed during the ambush. It's mid-afternoon when the troop resumes the long journey east to Vanamore. During the ride, Lord Nathor voices his grave concern that Eldonorian bandits should be operating in the heart of his country. They've rarely dared to venture so far from home before. Although he doesn't say so, you sense that he knows the reason why they have become so bold. They have been sent here to find and kill you. The road climbs out of the valley and zigzags its way through the forested hills to a high pass. Beyond this pass there stretches a wide expanse of lush grasslands, where herds of wild deer roam and graze freely. It is late in the afternoon when you catch sight of a procession approaching on the road ahead. Mostly they are men, dressed in ragged brown robes, and one is carrying aloft a grimy banner which bears the image of a lightning bolt set upon a full moon. "Shoni pilgrims," says Nathor dismissively, "wandering beggar monks who have taken a vow of poverty. Many Agarthan regard them as just a gang of scroungers who pretend to be a holy order so that they can fleece the foolish. I suggest we ignore them and press on." If you wish to accept his advice and ignore the pilgrims, no, I will stop briefly and talk to them. Your decision to stop and speak with the pilgrims irritates the Lord Constable, but he bows to your authority and waits patiently for you to finish talking. You learn that the ragged group are on their way to Garthan. Their leader, a wretched person called Pospera, tells you of a strange camp that he and the pilgrims discovered last night, near a place on the road which he calls Red Rock. This information doesn't come cheap, and you are pressed by the pilgrims into making a donation to their cause. Deduct 5 crowns from your action chart. If you possess less than 5, delete one of your backpack items. Having satisfied your curiosity, you return to the troop and continue the ride east. For an hour, you ride across the rich grasslands of East Telestria until you come to a range of hills, carpeted with scented spruce and pine. The road snakes its way through this ruggedly beautiful landscape to a place where a smaller track branches off the main trail, heading south. A huge boulder of red granite marks the start of the adjoining track. There is no signpost to indicate where it leads. Using your tracking skills, you can determine that the track that has been used by the men and horses during the last 24 hours. We will continue along the main road. It is near dusk when you emerge from the hills and see the glimmering waters of the river Kinam, less than 5 miles distant. This great river marks the border between Telestria and Palmrian, Queen Evian's neighbouring ally. The road descends to a border toll bridge, beyond which you can see the sprawling town of Micegard. Really? No, wrong thing. I didn't want backpack. I wanted map. We've only made it to here? I need to get all the way back here. It's like 12 times more distant than what we've done so far. It is near dusk when you emerge from the hills and see the glimmering waters of the river Canal. Oh, no, we said that. Blah, blah, blah. The troop is challenged by the bridge warden to halt and pay a fee of 100 silver loon. The fee is soon forgotten, though, when the Lord Constable shows the pedantic old... The horse is slowing us down. Kill it and start walking. Shows the pedantic old man his royal seal. With a stiff salute, he steps aside and bid you all a safe journey. Micegard is a bustling market town, which has grown rich and fat in the years following the defeat of the Dark Lords. Its brightly painted buildings and paved thoroughfares exude affluence, and even its lowly street beggars look clean and well-fed in comparison to the other parts of Magnamond. Nathor, well, this is where the bloody beggars should have been coming towards then. Nathor leads the troop to an inn near the centre of town, a fine establishment called the Lucky Bucket. Its owner, a corpulent fellow with a polished bald pate. Literally, he polishes his bald head, welcomes you with open arms. After the ordeal at Pine Peaks and the long day's ride, you are looking forward to a hot bath and a large supper. However, it soon transpires the inn is almost full and the owner can only provide room for 5 of the troop. Not to worry, I know Knight Tranius, lord of this manor. Many's a time I've hunted boar in these hills. His castle is but 2 miles from here. 5 could billet here tonight, while the rest of us lodge there. You agree to Nathor's proposal and set off with him, accompanied by 3 of the troop, along a river track that heads north to the castle. The river track runs parallel to the Kinnam, for nearly a mile before bearing east, and entering a coppice of tall conifers. Now, that's not a word I've heard before. Coppice? An area or woodland in which trees or shrubs are periodically cut back to ground level to stimulate growth and provide firewood for timber. Okay. The parapet of the bridge is lined with imposing stone statues, each depicting a past lord of Micegard Manor. In the distance you can see Castle Tranius. Its curtain wall and fortified barbican are illuminated by torches, which were lit, as is the custom here, an hour before sunset. On arriving at the gatehouse, Lord Nathor and the rest of you are welcomed into the castle keep, where your horses are attended. A trio of knights comes to escort you to the hall, and as you follow them to the castle's upper chambers, Nathor asks after Gwitor, the boar master and leader of Knight Tranius's hunts. He is no longer with us, answers one of the guards. He's gone away. This smells like they've been taken over to me. Before Nathor can inquire further as to the whereabouts of his old hunt instructor, you are ushered into the castle's main hall and asked to wait. I sense a trap. It's quiet. Too quiet. Be careful, it's a trap. The hall is lit by 100 sputtering candles and the light of a log fire that blazes in the chamber's imposing stone hearth. 3 tall arched windows, glazed with stained glass panels, are set into the south wall, and an impressive collection of books and fine tapestries line the others. Clearly, Knight Tranius is a refined man whose taste extends beyond hunting the occasional boar. After a few minutes, a concealed panel beside the fireplace slides open, and a broad-shouldered man, clad in wolf's skin cloak and a silver helm, steps into the hall. "Hail, Tranius," says Nathor. "It is good to—" The Lord Constable's words of greeting die in his throat, and immediately you sense something is very wrong. You hear a bolt slide shut outside the door to the hall, sealing it closed, and your senses scream, warning of impending danger. "You're not Tranius," shouts Nathor. "By the gods, who are you? If you have the summer sword, turn here." The figure beside the fireplace does not reply. Instead, it stretches out a gloved hand and takes up an iron rod lying upon the stone mantle. The moment its fingers close around the haft, crackling blue flame ignites at the tip. "Draw steel," commands Nathor, and his men respond by unsheathing their swords in readiness for combat. The summer sword hums with power as you release it from its scabbard and hold it before your face. You sense that the figure is not human. It possesses an aura of evil that marks it as a dark disciple, a magician versed in the forbidden black arts of the Nad-Ziranim. Suddenly there is a low concussive boom, and a spiral of blue flame shoots the length of the hole, fired from the tip of the figure's iron staff. It connects with the blade of your divine sword and rebounds, shattering one of the tall windows into 1,000 glittering shards. "Take him!" shouts Nathor, and his men rush forward. But a second blast from the stave puts an end to their brave advance. All three are cut down, and by an arc of blue fire that leaves their corpses heaped and smouldering in the middle of the hole. Nathor curses the sinister figure, and it responds by uttering a chilling, inhuman laugh. Now you sense a new danger approaching. The being's sickly laughter is summoning its minions to the hole. "Lord Nathor," you cry, "we cannot prevail here. We must escape. Follow me." With these words, you race to the window and leap feet first through the shattered pane. Pick a number from the random number table. We rolled badly. For a few moments, you hurtle through the cold night air, oblivious to your surroundings. Then you glimpse the flagstones of the keep and the roof of the castle stables. More than 100 feet below, your stomach churns with fear. Steeling yourself from impact, you smash through the thatched roof of the stables and land amidst a tangle of hay and broken timbers. Moments later, Nathor comes crashing down through the roof and lands but a few yards from where you are lying. You are badly bruised, but have survived the fall. Nathor too is alive, but his injuries are more severe. His left ankle is badly broken and his face is a mess of cuts and contusions. Despite his obvious pain, he manages a smile, revealing gaps where he is missing 2 of his teeth. If you have super high healing, or if you wish to escape as quickly as possible, I'll heal you. Briefly, Nathor stifles his urge to scream as you take hold of his shattered ankle. You summon your healing powers and transmit them through your fingers to his injured foot. You take 3 hit points of damage. You feel the warmth of your power begin to reduce the swollen tissues and mend the broken bones. But before you can complete the cure, a yelling horde of bogus castle guardsmen come rushing into the stables with their swords drawn. You have barely enough time to draw your weapon before the imposters attack. I will use my psychic power and my psychic power, because these are skillful enough to warrant it. We took 7 damage, not too bad. You step away from their heaped bodies and sheath your bloodied weapon. Then you take hold of Nathor and heave him across the neck of a saddled horse. You mount this steed and urge it to the gallop, bursting forth from the stables at breakneck speed. Outside, the castle keep is alive with the screams and curses as you steer your horse towards the gatehouse, where, to your mounting horror, you see the portcullis is beginning to close. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have spirit walking and have reached a high enough rank, add 2. If you possess hunt mastery, add 2. If you have animal mastery, add 1. Well, we have so many of those skills that we can't possibly get the ultra super hard fail. You race through the gatehouse just moments before the heavy portcullis comes crashing down. Without daring to look back, you urge your horse through the wooden drawbridge and along the open track that lies beyond. The angry shouts of the gate guards echo from the battlements, but so too do the unexpected sounds of clanking chains and baying hounds. You have covered more than half a mile when you chance a glance over your shoulder. To your dismay, you see that you are being pursued by a snarling pack of wolf-like creatures with drooling fangs and eyes that gleam menacingly in the darkness. An icy chill invades your heart. These are no ordinary hunting hounds. They are the hellish beasts born of a dark sorcery. Soon you reach the tributary bridge that is lined with statues, and you catch sight of the twinkling lights of Micegard, about a mile beyond. The feral pack is closing fast, and you know that your encumbered horse cannot outpace them indefinitely. You must do something to delay them, and if you and Nathor are to escape in one piece. If you possess mental attack and have reached a high enough rank, do this. If you have the other kind of magic and have reached a high enough rank, do this. If you have neither of these skills, sucks to be you. We have psychic attack. You cross the far side of the river and wait there for the first few wolf creatures that come racing towards the bridge. The pack leader is a massive brute with ghastly yellow eyes. I was going to say throw Lord Nathor off, Dutchy. If the issue is that our horse can't run while carrying the extra person, well, yeet Lord Nathor. The pack leader is a massive brute with ghastly yellow eyes that seem to follow your every move. The moment he reaches the bridge approach, you focus your psychic power at the nearest statue. Your concentrated pulse of psychic energy shatters the sculpture with devastating effect, peppering the hellish beast with razor-sharp shards of stone. Pick a number from the random number table. We picked a high enough number. The pack leader is torn to shreds by the shrapnel blast. Several of his followers are left mortally wounded. The sight of these injuries, coupled with the deafening sound of this unexpected explosion, is more than the remaining pack members can bear. With a howl of fear and frustration, they turn away and race back towards the safety of the castle. You ride to Micegard with all speed your exhausted horse can muster, and return at once to the Lucky Bucket Inn, where the remaining members of the troop are billeted. News of your encounter at Castle Tranius comes as a shock, both to the troopers and the innkeeper, who fears for the safety of the real Knight Tranius. I haven't seen him for a week, he says, anxiously rubbing his many chins. We here had no inkling that something bad was happening. Up there at the castle, it's right put the shakes up me, I can tell you. In the warm comfort of the inn, you use your Kai healing skills to mend the Lord Constable's injuries. He is carefully testing his weight on his newly mended ankle when suddenly there is a commotion outside in the street. An angry mob of hard-faced men, many clutching torches, staves, and coils of rope, are marching down the cobbled avenue towards the inn. "Hang the Telestrian thieves," they shout. "String up the murdering swine." "What's going on? Who are these men?" says Nathor. I don't rightly know," he stammers. Ain't never seen 'em before, not from around these parts. We've never had no quarrels with Telestria. You've always been our friends." Suddenly a chunk of cobblestone smashes through the window and an angry cry arises from the mob. "Come out, you Telestrian dogs! Come out or we'll burn you out!" Nathor calls everyone to the rear of the inn, where a passage leads directly to the stables. "I fear this is some kind of ploy to murder you, Grandmaster. If you are to stand any chance of reaching your homeland, you must continue your journey at once. I and my men will do what we can to hold this mob at bay. But you must leave now and go on alone." Another window shatters and a burning brand is hurled into the inn. "Very well," you reply uneasily. "I shall leave at once." Cough, cough, cough. After bidding a hurried farewell to the Lord Constable and his men, you take a fresh horse and leave the inn by a door at the rear of the stables. Some of the mob have gathered in the adjoining alleyway. Aided by your Kai camouflage skills, you evade the bloodthirsty thugs with ease. Keeping to the smaller alleys and passages, you make your way across Skade unseen and head north towards the open plains. You ride all night, using your infravision to help guide your horse through the lush grasslands and keep watch for potential dangers. As the hours slip past, you cannot help but think about Nathor and the men of his troop. They are risking their lives, staying behind as bait. You admire their courage, and it strengthens your resolve to return home. Should the Lord Constable and his men have to pay for your escape with their lives, you are determined their sacrifice shall not be a wasted one. Eat now or suffer damage because you don't eat. Sure thing, we'll eat. In the twilight before you, you catch sight of the River Kinam, less than a mile to the west. You scan the surrounding landscape and note several small tracks, which lead to tiny farmsteads dotting the vast plain, converging at a hamlet which nestles at a bend of the Great River. During the past hour, your horse has developed a slight limp, and with a cursory look at his affected leg, you determine that he has thrown a shoe. You know that unless you replace the missing shoe, he will soon be too lame to carry you further. Reluctantly, you decide to enter the hamlet and go in search of a blacksmith. A signpost at the entrance to the hamlet announces its name, Kalmar. It is the quiet, sleepy sort of place that in many ways reminds you of Daig, the summerlanding village where you were born and where you spent your early years. Near the centre of this humble village, you discover a smithy, which even at this early hour, you can hear hammering his beat upon the iron. You tether your horse to a rail alongside a moth-eaten old donkey, and call out for the blacksmith. "I'm here," comes the curt reply. On entering, you discover a tall, broad-shouldered man clad in leather apron, shaping a horseshoe on an anvil. "My steed has shed a shoe. Can you replace it?" "Aye," he says, without bothering to look up from his worth, "but it'll cost you 20 loon. In cash and in advance, if you please." How many money do I even have left? Oh, I got 45 money left. Sure. You place 5 gold crowns on the blacksmith's anvil, and he nods approval. Leave your horse outside and come back in an hour. The sun is now above the horizon, and the hamlet is slowly stirring to life. You decide to while away the next hour or so, looking around its simple shops and riverside stores. One building in particular catches your eye. It is a hall perched precariously on the end of a wide wooden jetty. You can hear an old man's voice, trailing from its open doors, answered by an occasional murmur from the crowd. Inside, you discover a wizened old cleric administering to a sick woman whose head is swathed with bandages. The cleric is attempting to cure the woman of her ills by laying his hands, but the pressure is simply making the pain in her head feel worse. "Charlatan, old fake." The aged cleric hears these dissenting voices and becomes flustered. Though he may be an incompetent healer, you sense he is a good man at heart, and you decide to save him from the disgruntled crowd, who look as if they are on the brink of throwing him at the river. "Hold, good brother," you say, moving swiftly through the crowd to the small stage on which he and the bandaged woman are standing. "You should not be placing your hands upon this good woman's head, for surely the source of her pain stems from her aching heart." And with this, you take hold of his hands and place them on the woman's chest. Her first reaction is one of shock, and she starts to pull away. But then you transmit your own healing powers through the cleric's hands into her body, and the pain in her head suddenly vanishes. A smile of pure joy lights up her face, and hurriedly she strips off her bandages. Ishia be praised, she cries. I'm cured, completely cured. The woman reaches to her purse and counts out 40 silver loon into the cleric's trembling hands. All the while she praises him loudly for taking the pain from her head. The cleric, whose name is Matho, sheepishly accepts her generous donation. Then, quite suddenly, he is swamped by the crowd of onlookers, who all rush the stage at once, each one waving a money purse and demanding he cures what ails them. The frail old man is in danger of being crushed to death until you rescue him from the agitated crowd. Once safely outside, he offers you of all of the woman's donations, for he knows only too well that it was your healing that cured her and not his own. If you wish to accept the money, record it on your action chart. Where are you bound for, stranger? He asks. The east. That's where I've journeyed from. Perhaps I can offer a word of caution. There's plague in the Stormlands. Be well to avoid the region if you can. If you can't, well, this here potion will protect you. I can at least guarantee that. The old cleric pulls a small flask from his pocket and offers it to you. Yeah, I'll accept your potion. Why not? I guess I'll take the money. The old cleric accompanies you back to the smithy where he too was having his mount shod. You recollect your horse and he collects his own ragged mule. You bid each other good luck and farewell before going your separate ways. You leave Kalma and ride due east along a dusty track. Mile after mile of featureless grassland passes on either side of you, until in the late afternoon you enter a range of gentle wooden hills. You've not gone far before you discover a stream of sparkling water, teeming with trout. Feeling tired and hungry, you decide to rest and try your luck at catching some fresh fish for your supper. Within half an hour, you've collected 6 fine speckled specimens of Palmrian trout, each more than enough to sate your ravenous appetite. You are about to construct a small campfire on which to cook them, when suddenly you hear the sound of a wagon and horses approaching the hill on the track from the east. Rather than run the risk of being confronted by bandits, you take cover behind a bush and wait for the wagon to appear. Through the foliage you see 6 well-armed horsemen riding 2 abreast, followed by a carriage, behind which there are another 2 horsemen. The coach is quite small, suitable for no more than 2 passengers at most, and its lacquered black wood looks dull. It is covered with the dust of a long journey, has curtained windows, and a crest adorns its doors. As they draw closer, you see one of the leading horsemen raise his hands to bring the column to a halt. Your heart sinks when you realize he's seen your horse. Rather than take the risk of losing your mount, you call out to the horseman, commanding him to continue on his way. "Show yourself," he shouts in reply. "Unless you be a brigand, you have no need to fear for us." You remain hidden for a few moments longer, using your skills to determine their purpose. You detect no aura of evil about them and rise from the bush so that they may be seen. A pale hand parts the carriage curtains and you glimpse the face of a handsome young woman with jet black hair. Judging by the finery of her dress and the elegance of her demeanour, you assess that she is of noble birth. "You, sir," she calls, with a refined Palmrian accent. "I know you. Please, why don't you approach my coach so that I can be sure?" Okay. Intrigued by the young woman's high-bred charms, you step away from the brushes and approach her carriage door. "Why, yes," she says excitedly. "You are the Northland warrior they call Lone Wolf. I was in attendance at the Elector's court the day he awarded you the Star of Palmrian for your victory over the Senna Druids of Ruil. I am honoured to meet with you in person, brave sir." She looks a bit like Carmen Sandiego. The carriage doors swing open and a beautiful young woman steps gracefully out onto the stony trail. "May I be so bold to introduce myself," she says, pausing to adjust a broad-brimmed hat, trimmed with black corveil? Is this a false animal? Okay, it's a made-up animal. Fur as silky smooth as her flowing hair. I am the Baroness Corian of the Lucia province. She offers a delicate hand, and you kiss it in deference to her noble rank. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice the leading horseman dismount and come to stand protectively by her side. Oh, and this is my personal guard, Dorst. You give the gruff-looking fellow a slight bow, and he nods his head in response, begrudgingly. We are returning from a visit to my cousin's estate. We were hoping to reach Kalmar by sunset, but were delayed by bandits, she says apologetically. We made 'em pay dearly for wasting our time, though, adds Dorst, with quiet menace. It appears that we shall now have to encamp here in the hills this night. Perhaps you would care to join us. I should feel much safer if you would do so. Despite Dorst's cutting glances, you agree to the Baroness's proposal. You produce the 6 trout that you have caught earlier and offer them to her as a gift. Why, thank you, she says. They look delicious. You help the Baroness and her entourage to set up camp beside the stream, while Dorst, who considers himself something of a master cook, prepares the trout that you have caught. To your surprise, the meal turns out to be excellent. Get 3 hit points back. During supper, you ask the Baroness what news she has heard of events in the east. She tells you that there is war between the principalities of the Stormlands, although this is such a common condition as to be hardly considered news. Of distant Summerland she has heard not. After supper, she excuses herself and retires to the carriage. Dawn posts 2 men to guard the carriage, and he then invites you to play cards with him. Sure, we'll play some cards. Dorst spreads out an oilskin blanket, and all of you gather round. Seating yourself cross-legged on the ground, he deals 5 cards to each man and opens the betting with a stake of 5 loon. The game is Taluka, common in the inns of Palmrian and especially popular among professional gamblers. With your Kai abilities, it is easy for you to know every card that is being played, and so rather than risk being called a cheat, you go through the motions of the game, maintaining exactly the same amount of money as you began with. After half an hour or so, you suddenly realize that Dorst is cheating. Let's not exposing the, guard captain of the person that we are sleeping with for the night sounds unwise. You fold your hand of cards, pick up the money, and make an excuse that you are tired after your long day's ride. Dorst and his men bid you good night, and as he and his men continue with the game, you go and check that your horse is comfortable for the night. Sleeping with her for the night? As in the camp. Gosh. You are busy gathering some grasses for his feed, when suddenly a shriek echoes through the hills. It is the unmistakable cry of a cran. We do have mental barrier, so activate our mental defenses. Instinctively, you crouch and take cover amongst the nearby foliage. You also call upon your Kai camouflage and psychic skills to help mask your presence from the creature circling high above the trees. For several minutes, you stare at the loathsome creatures, not daring to move a muscle. Then you see it fly away, and you breathe a sigh of relief. A chill night wind whistles through the trees, and you shiver. But it is not the cold that is chilling your blood, it is a sudden fear that you may never see your homeland again. Dorst doubles the guard in case the Cran should decide to return. He and the others unpack their sleeping furs and settle down to the night's rest beside the warmth of the campfire. For an hour you lie awake, staring uneasily at the sky until fatigue overtakes you and you slip into sleep. You are woken at the dawn by one of Dorst's men, who immediately hand you a steaming mug of house, a delicious Palmrian beverage. You notice that the others are in various states of waking, and as you sip your reviving drink, you watch Dorst shaving at the stream. After a while, the Baroness emerges from her carriage. She appears as fresh as a spring flower, and together you breakfast before the camp is struck, and you go your separate ways. If ever you visit Lucia province, she says, be sure to visit my estate in Godorvo. I would be honoured, my lady, you reply, and wave to her until at last her carriage and riders disappear into the hills. The weather is warmer than of late, and you make good progress despite the poor condition of the road. An hour past midday, you are crossing a treeless valley and happen upon a young man praying at the woods at a wayside shrine. He is dressed in a guildsman tunic and cloak, and he appears to be unarmed. Yeah, we'll ask him what's going on. The young man gets up from his knees and greets you with a friendly smile. He's an unusually talkative guildsman, and you soon learn that his name is Frello. He is a journeyman from the Silversmiths Guild of Vanamore. He has stopped here to offer up a prayer to Ashir to protect him from bad strangers on the trail. It appears that he was robbed yesterday by some Eldenorians on the road out of Vanamore. He offers to share half a loaf of bread with you, but you decline his generosity, thanking him nonetheless. For you sense that it is all the food that he has. Mindful of wasting time, you wish him good luck and continue your journey east. How much progress have we made? I mean, we've made some progress, although we went purely north just to go seemingly south again, so we probably should have followed the south road. Like, why go pure north to then... Yeah, whatever. Pick a number from the random number table. Oh no. Beyond the valley lies an expanse of coarse and thorny vegetation, which is alive with wild game. You stop to catch yourself an evening meal and make camp beneath an old twisted oak. Gain back 3 hit points. The night passes uneventfully, and at first light you resume your ride east. Shortly before midday you arrive at the ruins of an ancient church, where a signpost pointing to the east says Vanamore. You allow yourself a smile. With luck, you could be inside the city walls by nightfall. Later in the day you see a dust cloud approaching from along the road. You magnify your vision and see a dozen armed horsemen clad in ragged uniforms of green and black. A sense of unease pervades your mind. These are the colours most often worn by Eldenorian soldiers. Trusting your instincts, you steer your horse... You steer your horse off of the trail and take cover among the trees of a nearby copse. Picking a number from the random number table. Hopefully, no, we do somewhat poorly. As the riders approach, your initial suspicions are confirmed. They are unquestionably Eldenorian guards, or brigands. Their saddlecloths bear the emblem, and their steeds are laden with sacks and pouches bulging with ill-gotten gains. You decide to remain hidden until they have passed. But as they draw level with the copse, your horse suddenly shrieks and rises on its hind legs. With shocked dismay, you see that a harmless grass snake has coiled itself around your horse's foreleg. The cry of your horse betrays your hiding place, and the brigands wheel away from the road and come charging towards the copse, their swords drawn in eager anticipation of yet another easy kill. Bless me. If you wish to unsheath your weapon and get ready to defend yourself, turn to 200... Yeah, we can beat some brigands. Upon the bellowed command of their leader, the onrushing horsemen split into 2 groups. One group continues to charge forwards, while the others slow to a halt. You sense that they are used to picking off lone travellers. There's no sense in expending the energy of 12 men when the job can be accomplished by 6. This time, however, they have underestimated their enemy, and in a mistake that you intend to make them pay dearly. With stunning speed and accuracy, you let loose an arrow at the leading rider. Its tip punctures his forehead and sends him tumbling backwards, his limbs flailing wildly, to disappear into the tall plains grass. Shocked by your bow skill, the leader shouts a recall to his men. They wheel about and form up in a line behind him, cursing you for the death of their confederate. With a vengeful yell, the brigand chief leads his gang of ruffians in a charge that he hopes will trample you to the ground. You shoulder your bow and draw a hand weapon as the wave of brigands comes thundering down upon you. The leader flashes past, his sword blade whistling inches from your scalp, but he doesn't go far. You turn in the saddle and strike like lightning, splitting his helmet and his skull with a single mighty blow. He falls before his men, but they are hardy rogues and press home their attack regardless. These rogues are surprisingly skillful. We're going to turn on our psychic attack and our other psychic attack. Five damage, but a scratch. You sheath your blood-stained weapons and dismount in order to search the bodies of your slain foes. Your search is thorough and uncovers the following items. 6 swords, 4 axes, 1 broadsword, 2 spears. So much money. 4 backpacks, 5 daggers, food for so many meals, rope, a boar whip, hammer, lantern, blanket, spyglass, a silver seal. If you choose to keep any of them, we'll keep the special item. The spyglass sounds nice. I'll get rid of one of my ropes in exchange for the boar whip. I should take the money. You already have maximum money. You are not allowed to have more money. And then we continue our journey. You reach the city of Vanamore late in the evening, long after the sun has set along the western horizon. The guards at the west gate do not at first look kindly upon a traveller from unknown origin, but when you show them the Star of Palmrian, the medal that their leader, the Elector Manatine, awarded you for victory over the evil druids of Ruil, their cold attitude undergoes a dramatic change. The guard sergeant apologizes profusely and escorts you personally through the capital streets, past a well-ordered collection of dwellings and public buildings, to a grand palatial edifice in the city's northern quarter. The Elector's Hall, the seat of the Palmrian Republic. Trumpets announce your arrival as you stride through the hall's great arched doors. Senators and officials stop momentarily to stare. Then their attentions return to the affairs of state that strike you as unusually urgent. It is almost midnight, yet the Elector Hall is buzzing with activity. You meet the Elector Manatine in his war room, where he and his generals are poring over maps and battle reports. He welcomes you with a warm handshake, but his countenance is unusually dire and agitated, and you soon learn why. "It is good to see you again, Grand Master," he says, forcing a smile. "I was expecting you. I received word yesterday from Queen Avianne telling me of your urgent journey. Yet it is unfortunate that your visit should come at such a time. I would have hoped to have given you the kind of welcome you truly deserve." The Elector then introduces you to his generals, who acknowledge you with soldierly salutes. "As you can see, we are at war, Grand Master. The new ruler of Eldenora, a low-born blackguard, or going by the name of Luther, who dares to adorn himself with the title Prince of Duodon, is attempting to seize our northern territories. We are locked in battle with his army of cutthroats near Halona, and, though it pains me to have to admit this, we are being hard-pressed to contain his advance. The war came without warning, and we were ill-prepared. We have few reserves, insufficient to support the Halnora garrison, and to counter the many small units of Eldenoran horsemen that are ravaging our plains. It is a dark and testing time for us, but even so I shall aid you as I can. You learn that the Elector has already elicited on your behalf the help of the High Mayor Cordas of Cassiorn. Cordas is reputedly the richest man in all of Magnamond. Manatine tells you that he has ordered the construction of a sky vessel to transport you swiftly to Summerland. The craft is presently being built in Cassiorn. And the High Mayor has sent word that you should go there as quickly as you can. His team of skilled artisans are working on the craft day and night, and he is confident that it will be completed in 15 days. In times of peace, you could expect the 850-mile ride to Cassian to take little more than 2 weeks to complete. But peace, always a fragile state in the Stormlands, has been shattered by Prince Luther's unprovoked attack. A town through which you had hoped to travel. Anxiously, you ask the Elector how the war against Eldenora will affect your chances of reaching Cassiorn swiftly. "I cannot predict the future, Grand Master. The war bodes ill for both of our causes. However, I shall do what I am able to speed your journey onwards. The Elector motions to one of his guardsmen, who turns and leaves the war room. He returns with another soldier who wears the uniform of a captain. If you ever visited the Palmerian military post at Stonewatch in a previous Lone Wolf adventure, turn to this page. We have... You at once recognize it as Captain Siramian, the brave hero of the Darklands War who guided you to Stonewatch and the forest of Ruiel. During your quest to thwart the Senna-Druids 2 years earlier. Hail, Grandmaster, he says, his battle-scarred face beaming with delight. I am pleased to have been chosen by the Elector to escort you north to Holonora. Oh no, Holona. Well met, Captain, you reply. I could not have wished for a better travelling companion. Elector Manatine permits you the use of his private chambers, which adjoin the war room, where you are able to get a good few hours' sleep before dawn. Shortly after sunrise, you bid the Elector and his generals farewell and leave the city with Captain Siramin and a military coach bound for Holona. An escort of cavalry outriders accompany the armoured carriage in case you should meet unexpectedly with a unit of roving Eldenorans during your journey east. The journey proves swift and uneventful, and as the day is turning to dusk, you find yourself approaching the military outpost of Stonewatch. You stay at the fort overnight and continue on to Holona in the morning. Most of the journey is experienced with a sense of unease, a premonition that something is horribly wrong. But it is not until you catch sight of the city shortly before noon that your fears are realized. So here, down, and now we're head up. So we went from here in about 4 sectors when it took 30 odd sectors to get from here, Skade to here, it feels like. Holona is in turmoil. The approaching roads and outlying fields are littered with scores of broken wagons, dead horses, and the ruined impediments of war. Palmerian soldiers sit dejectedly on the frost-hardened earth, their glazed eyes and bandaged limbs bearing grim testimony to the bitter fighting taking place just a few miles to the north. Battle-weary officers ride among the exhausted men, cursing and coaxing them in a half-hearted attempt to rally them to arms, though few heed the call. Inside the city walls, the situation is tense. Every available dwelling is packed to overflowing with wounded soldiers, and the civilian populace, displaced from their houses by the army's needs, wander the streets and alleys in a state of shocked confusion, adding to the chaos. Captain Siamiane orders his driver to the Canatarium, the largest of Holona's municipal halls, where General Fuchal, the Palmerian commander, has established his headquarters. On entering the crowded building, a young lieutenant rushes up to Siramiane and informs him that his son has been wounded in battle. I must go to him, Grandmaster, he says, his voice choked with emotion. I am told that he has not long to live. Yeah, I'll go with you as you visit your wounded son. You follow him and the young lieutenant along a crowded avenue towards a tented encampment in the city's main park. Under a canvas awning, the captain finds his mortally wounded son being attended to by an army physician. Will he pull through? Asks Simeon of the physician, whose white surgical apron is stained a deep crimson with the blood of all those he has attempted to save the day. The weary man doesn't answer, simply shaking his head and leaving to attend yet another poor wretch who is crying out for him and to end his suffering. Siramine's son has a deep chest wound, which upon closer inspection has been made by a poison arrow. Look at those abs. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sets of abs. Although it feels like his ribs are too close to each other there. The physician has removed the shaft, but the poison has long since entered the man's bloodstream. His life is fast ebbing away, and you sense there is little that could be done to save him. But we have super healing, and we are super high level. You focus your advanced healing powers on the young man's wound and cause the punctured tissue to knit together. Your treatment deadens his pain and revives him, but you know that this remission is only temporary. The poison in his blood is too strong and well established to be neutralized by your power. Through clutched teeth, he forces himself to speak. He tells his father that Prince Luther's army is being aided by a sinister group of Senedruids and renegade Nadziranim magicians. Luther himself possesses a ring of power which bestows upon him an invulnerability to weapons. The boy says the ring must be taken from him if he is to be slain. Gradually, the effects of your healing power wears off, and the brave young man slips into a sleep from which he will never awaken. Semiane is overcome with grief by his son's death. With trembling hands, he takes a blood-stained tunic from beneath the man's head, unfolds it, and drapes it over his now lifeless body. To your surprise, you note the insignia on the lapels are similar to those on Semiane's uniform. His son also held the rank of captain. I must go to his regiment. It is the right and fitting thing to do that I take command of them now. After attending to the burial of his son, the grieving captain returns to the Canatarium to find out where the son's regiment is stationed. He learns that they are at Reloni Bridge, at the very heart of the battle. Before he leaves, he thanks you for trying to save his son's life and suggests 2 routes by which you could reach the distant city of Cassiorn. The first and most direct route, but also the most hazardous, requires you to pass through the enemy lines at the Reloni Bridge, across the southern tip of Eldenora, and continue your journey north by way of the Slovarian Plain. The second route avoids fighting at the bridge, but would mean having to pass through the city of Duodon, Prince Luther's stronghold. No, clearly we don't go through the bad guy that's attacking everyone's stronghold, even if it means going through or nearby a current fight. Very well, Grand Master. If this is the way you choose to proceed with your journey, you are welcome to ride with me. You accept Semiane's offer, and within the hour, you and him are on the road once more. This time riding north on horseback towards the battle that is raging at the Renoli Bridge. When you're within 3 miles of the river, you can see the night sky lit up by the fires of war. 2 miles, the sound of singing steel and dying men can be heard on the wind. At a mile distant, you can see fields littered with wounded and dying, recently evacuated from the front. The regiments of young Palmyran reserves nervously awaiting their turn to go forward. And when at last you catch sight of the bridge itself, your stomach churns as you witness the carnage wrought there. The bridge and the surrounding banks of the river are carpeted with dead and dying men, twisted into impossible shapes. Massive engines of war bombard the soldiers on both sides, raining fiery death and destruction upon their heads. You have seen many battles in your time, but none to rival the savagery of the conflict unfolding here. Semiane catches hold of a young lieutenant whose face is covered with dry blood. Part of his scalp has been sliced away, but he seems unaware of it. He barks a question, and the man answers him by pointing to a regiment of pikemen stationed on a distant hill. There stand the Black Ravens, my son's men. I must away and go now, Grand Master, and so I bid you farewell. The enemy has been repulsed this last hour, and they are gathering themselves for another attack. If you are determined to cross the water to their side, you should attempt it now before they advance once more. Semiane turns his horse around and makes ready to ride off. By the gods, Grand Master, you are brave to have chosen this road home. I wish you luck. May Kai and Ashir keep you safe. Farewell, my friend, farewell. As the captain gallops away, you look with mounting dread at the slaughter. To cross the river by the bridge is impossible. The only way across is either upstream to the north or downstream to the south. To the north you see a dense wall of trees, which, judging from the number of arrow-struck bodies lying nearby, you hazard is full of enemy archers. To the south, the far shore is a mass of heavily fortified trenches. I like the sound of the trenches more. You ride to an overturned wagon that lies within 30 yards of the river's edge. To the wide-eyed astonishment... Hail the Pickle 28. Will there be any EU4 in the future? If there's something interesting to do, so far there is little. The only thing that interests me is one of the achievements from the new DLC, but I'm not buying a DLC to do only one achievement. Everything else looked kind of uninteresting, and the DLC itself had no content that I found meaningful. Once there, you make use of the corpses that litter the shoreline to conceal your presence while you observe the enemy trenches. The Eldenoran assault troopers are well dug in. Furthermore, they are aided by a Senna-druid who occupies a nearby trench. He is peering through what at first glance appears to be a giant magnifying glass. If you possess advanced hiding and have attained the rank of and completed enough previous books, turn here. Night Noodleski. Sleep well. When you focus your Kai sensors upon the device, you realize its true purpose. It detects light in the infrared spectrum. It is a means by which the Senna-druids can locate objects in the dark. This needs to be watched by each story is a standalone one that makes sense by itself, Noodleski, but you'd have more of an idea of what our various skills are and sort of the overlying universe if you had heard the others. But every single book, which we do in one day, like every stream of this is a single self-contained story. You'll watch book 1 when you go to bed? Yep. It's live on the main channel, so there you go. There's the link. Lone Wolf Wednesdays. Book 1. Hit up that video. It is a means by which the Senna-druids can locate objects in the dark by the heat radiating from them. Many of the men whose corpses now provide you with cover were detected crossing the river in this way. Forewarned by your advanced mastery, you slip back into the water and allow the current to carry you for a few hundred yards downstream. Here you discover a shallow bay at the riverbank, which affords you cover from this device, and also from the nearest enemy trench. Quickly, you slither like a snake up the muddy bank and drop silently into the trench. A dull-witted Eldenoran is quickly dispatched by a blow from the edge of your hand, enabling you to move further along the log-walled ditch. Just as you are passing the opening to a makeshift dugout, you sense danger ahead. A single file of Eldenoran swordsmen is marching along the trench in your direction. It will be only a matter of seconds before they are close enough to see you. If you wish to dive into the dugout to avoid being seen, if you choose to unsheath your weapon and prepare for combat, we'll hide. You hastily dive upon the chest of a sleeping Eldenoran officer who wakes with a start. Before he can cry out, you punch him squarely on the jaw, knocking him unconscious. As you get to your feet, you notice that scattered on his makeshift bunk are several leather bags and scraps of paper. Sure, we'll snoop through his crap. Among the unconscious possessions, you discover the following: a map of Palmyrin, a backpack, a dagger, a scroll, 12 money, 2 healing potions, a pouch of tobacco, and a military pass. I will trade a meal for another healing potion. I will trade another meal for the second healing potion, because nothing could possibly be more valuable than more healing potions. Now, I would like the military pass and the pouch of tobacco. I don't think we can take the money because I'm already too rich. The map would also be nice. And it's a special item, so I don't need to worry about that. Is the military pass a special item? No. I will ditch our final meal and potentially risk going hungry in exchange for the military pass. And I will give up the lantern for the tobacco. You wait until the line of Eldenoran soldiers has filed past the entrance to the dugout, and then slip outside and make your way swiftly along the trench. Suddenly, there is an earth-shattering kaboom, and a brilliant splash of blue-white fire illuminates the distant bridge. It is the opening bombardment in yet another futile assault across the river. The trench ahead is empty. Its owners have already gone forward to support the new attack. When you reach the end, you scramble over the muddy parapet and race head down across the stretch of open ground towards the small wood. You press on through the trees, your senses alert to the smallest sound. After an hour or so, you stumble across a stream where you stop briefly to gulp a mouthful of icy fresh water. Beyond the stream, the trees are far denser, offering you better cover from the wandering groups of Eldenorans, who seem to be positioned all over this vast timberland. It is not until later that you realize that they have not been posted here, but they are deserters, hiding out in the forest to avoid certain death at the bridge battle. By morning, you've covered several miles of forest and avoided contact with the Eldenorans. Shortly before midday, you come across the outlying huts of a fortified town, which sits astride a busy woodland trail. A glance at your map reveals this to be Fabri, an Eldenoran outpost close to the Slovian border. From the tops of a pine tree, you look down on the settlement, which is ringed by a palisade. 5 cavalry regiments are camped within the perimeter wall of sharpened logs, and you note several Senna druids conversing with the regimental commanders. It would seem that Prince Luther is in league with the evil plague lords of Ruiel. While you're observing Fabri from your vantage point, you notice a patrol of horsemen wending their way through the trees towards one of the outlying huts. Upon arriving, they dismount and enter, leaving their horses tied to a split rail but otherwise unattended. Tempted by this opportunity, you descend your tree and make your way towards the hut. I do not have advanced animal mastery, so we have to turn here. Stealthily, you approach the nearest horse, using your Magnachi discipline of animal control to keep him calm and untie his reins. But you've only just released them from the rail when suddenly the door of the hut swings open, and you find yourself confronted by the horse's rider, a cavalry scout. If you possess mental attack and wish to use your psychic powers, do this. If you have magic and wish to use your magic, if you have neither, turn here. Psychic attack or psychic has worked well for us so far, but I feel like we should mix it up. You whisper the word of the Brotherhood mind spell, Charm, and point your hand at the trooper's face. Instantly, he relaxes and becomes entirely susceptible to your psychic commands. You will him to turn around and close the door to the hut, and, as he is obeying your order, you mount his horse and escape to the woods. You keep to the trees and head south in a wide arc around the Eldenoran settlement at Fabri. During your ride through the woods, you discover the following items are in the bags and blanket roll attached to the horse's saddle: a tinderbox, rope, sword, blanket, bow, quiver and arrows, money, and spyglass. I already have a spyglass. We can pump our existing quiver up to 6. Am I allowed a third quiver? I am not allowed a third quiver. We're already full of money. It's tempting to get rid of the boar whip. Yeah, we'll get rid of the ball whip. And trade it for a tinder box. Shortly before sunset, you emerge from the trees at a place where the trail splits in three. A wooden signpost propped against a boulder indicates the directions, destinations, and distances. Chod, 250 miles north. Holona, 50 miles west. Tenza, 20 miles south. You are anxious to leave the hostile Elder territory as soon as possible, and, after checking your map, you set off to the south, towards the Slovian border town of Tenza. During your ride, unless you have super hunting, eat or take damage. Well, luckily I do have super hunting, so I am able to hunt for my food. It is near midnight when you arrive at a ridge which commands a view of the mighty River Storn. Moonlight pours molten silver over the rushing water, illuminating a ford where a crossing can be made over this unusually deep and fast-flowing river. To the far horizon stretch the plains of Slovia, peaceful and inviting. You long to be on the other side, but you suspect that crossing here, despite the ford, will not be an easy task. Heavily fortified border posts stand at the approaches to the ford. At least the guard won't go... Yeah, when he wakes up from punching him out, he'll be covered in food. You long to be on the other side, but you suspect that crossing here, despite the ford, won't be an easy task. Heavily fortified border posts stand at the approaches to the ford, and many canine sentries are scanning the surrounding countryside on both sides of the river. The Eldenorans are watching for deserters attempting to flee the safety of Slovia, a neutral territory in the war against Palmrian, and the Slovians keep watch for signs of an Eldenoran attack. It wouldn't be the first time an invasion by their hostile neighbour had come this way. Patiently, you observe the ford for more than an hour, trying to determine the optimum time to make your move. Then, suddenly, the choice is taken from your hands. In the middle distance, you see an Eldenoran patrol riding towards the ridge. Unless you abandon the ridge at once, they will surely see you and raise the alarm. Taking your courage in both hands, you spur your horse at a gallop and rush headlong towards the rocky slope that leads directly to the ford. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have super hiding, add 3. If you have hunt mastery, add 2. If you have magic, add 1. 7, 3, 1, and 2. We have all of the skills, and we rolled well on the random number table. Well enough to pass even if we didn't have the skills. The speed and audacity of your crossing, coupled with your skills, enable you to reach the Slovian side without being detected by the guards on either side of the river. As soon as your horse's hooves touch Slovian soil, you spur him onwards and disappear swiftly into the welcoming darkness of the plains beyond. After the dangers of Eldenora, the plains are peacefully Slovian. The plains of peaceful Slovia seem like a tranquil paradise. The grasslands are rich and fertile, and the abundance of game keeps you well fed during the 5 days it takes you to ride north. To the walled city of Takaro. Isn't that where one of the law stones was? Here, at the inn close by the city's cathedral, yeah, where years ago you discovered one of the law stones of Nixator during your quest for Kai knowledge. You spend a fortunate evening in the company of a band of Salanese mercenaries. Aided by your Kai skills, you fleece them of 30 gold crowns while playing cards, and with your gain you purchase a fresh horse for your continued journey home. Your new horse and a night's lodging at the inn cost you 25 gold crowns. You may add the balance of 5 gold crowns to your action chart, maximum allowance permitting. Early the following day, you leave Takaro and set out on the highway bound for Tito. You plan to reach Cassiorn by means of the North Pass, through the Sloverian range, but during your second day on the road are forced to revise your plans drastically. Let's have a look at how we've made progress on the map. Yes, we've hit the money cap. So we've come from here up to here. That city, if I remember, was the one with the guy who, like, swore eternal vengeance upon us for preventing him from beating up some peasant. Early the following day, you leave. You plan to reach Cassion, but your plans change drastically during a chance meeting at a wayside inn with a merchant who has journeyed from Cassion. You learn that an avalanche has blocked the North Pass, and travel by that route is impossible. It will be several months before the pass is cleared and the mountain road rebuilt. You resolve instead to reach Cassion by way of Veretta, the ancient city of crossed swords, and the following day you resume your ride north. During your ride, you stop to assist a farmer whose cart has shed a wheel. In return for your help, he offers the services of his brother, who operates a raft ferry across the river Quarrel. Gladly, the brother transports you and your horse across the river to Salony, where you enter the great forest by way of a timberland trail. After a full day's ride along this lonely track, you find yourself approaching the outskirts of a town called Elio. During your long day's ride through the forest of Salony, unless you have hunting, eat, or suffer damage. Well, we have super hunting, so we hunt. The first splatterings of rain are dampening your shoulders as you approach the forest town's solitary inn. The smell and soft noises of horses waft from the adjoining stable, and the flickering orange light of an open fire can be seen shimmering through the bullseye glass of the inn's leaded windows. You halt outside the main door and stoop to read a weather-faded board that is fixed to the wall. The Towering Pine Inn, room and stable, 2 crowns per night. We certainly have enough money. You dismount and toss your horse's reins to a sniffing stable boy before entering the dry and welcome warmth of the inn. The innkeeper is a burly, ginger-bearded man with incongruous lisp, who attends to his small group of patrons with an air of bored indifference. You hand him 2 gold crowns and in return receive a small and draughty room over the stables. You sleep well, restore 3 health, and wake at dawn. The innkeeper offers you breakfast, but the unsavoury plate of stale cheese and bacon rind that he produces from under the tap-room counter does little to excite your appetite. You decline his offer, collect your horse, and set off the trail that leads east out of Elio. For 2 days, you follow this trail through the great forest of Salony. During your ride, it strikes you that the weather seems to be reflecting the nature of the people who dwell in the region. Cold and inhospitable. They do not take kindly to strangers, especially those riding alone. On the morning of the 3rd day, you reach a small village called Hopforst, which stands at the edge of a great forest. To the west of the village, you can now see the snow-capped mountain peaks of the Sennas, and to the north stretches the open expanse of rough grasslands dotted with thickets of larch and pine. Larch? What is larch? They are deciduous conifers. Okay, so they're sort of pine-ish trees. On the morning of the 3rd day, you reach a small village. No, we did that. As dusk is drawing its curtain of shadow across the land, you see in the distance the decaying walls of a derelict city. Its broken sign by the roadside says that it is called Amory, yet the newish tracks which branch off the road and avoid the city tell you that travellers on this road no longer visit. It has begun to rain and you're quietly dreading having to spend another night out in the open. Tempted by the promise of shelter, you approach Amory and enter the city. Oh my. At close quarters, the city of Amory gives off an odour of disease and decay. Its flagstoned streets cracked and broken open by plants. The roofs of its once fine houses have long since caved in, and every surface is damp and mildewed. It is also completely deserted. Even the rats have left. You seek shelter in one of the few buildings with a roof that is still intact. The furnishings you discover are made of the finest Duranese oak and Salinese leather, but none withstand your weight. Everything has rotted and fallen to shreds as soon as you touch it. You are clearing debris from the floor to make a place to sleep when suddenly you hear hoofbeats in the street outside. You rush to the open door and see, to your shocked surprise, a ghostly rider astride a black horse come galloping down the narrow avenue. Tongues of red flame shoot from the horse's nostrils, and it leaves in its wake a trail of green mist. If you have ever visited this town, or the Isle of Ghosts, I remember the Isle of Ghosts in a previous book, turn here. I don't remember visiting this town specifically. A cold lance of fear stabs your heart the moment you see the face of the Ghost Rider. You recognize it immediately to be Roark. To be Roark, the high-born lordling of Amory. That name strikes a memory. Who chose to follow the ways of evil. Once a powerful disciple of the demon lord Tagazin, and a secret practitioner of the foul arts of the Senna-Druids, he has long since perished in the flesh, yet his evil spirit lives on, tortured and restless, doomed to ride the deserted streets of his shattered city. As the ghastly spectre of Roark comes rushing towards you on his hellish steed, his mouth opens and a hideous shriek fills the air. You feel a pressure rapidly building in your head, an agonizing force that threatens to tear your skull apart. If you have mental defense, turn here. You erect a psychic shield to protect your mind from his assault, and you successfully deflect his attack. But his ghastly apparition gallops past. It stirs in its wake a whirling maelstrom filled with rocks, broken glass, and other debris. The whirlwind assails you physically and knocks you to the ground. The Ghost of Roark. 48 health, 48 combat skill and 30 health. You conduct this combat in the normal way. If you possess a jeweled mace, you may add +3 to your combat skill, just for this fight. While attacking the Ghost of Roark, using your psychic skills, you must defend yourself from the injurious effects of the debris storm. Only by defeating his ghost can you cause the maelstrom to cease. So, sure, we'll use psychic attack. Let's go. We insta-kill him because we are rolling well enough. Upon the instant you defeat the spirit of Roark, the whirlwind ceases, and all of the airborne debris drop harmlessly to the ground. His ghostly apparition mouths a silent scream before it and the hideous melt into the shadows of the night. You sense the evil that pervaded this city has, at last, been banished for good. You sleep easily this night and awake the following morning to the sound of birdsong. It brings a smile to your face to hear that life is already returning to Amory. You gather your equipment, and as you are leaving, you are blessed by an unexpected stroke of luck. By accident, you step on a rotten board, and when you pull your foot free, you discover 10 gold crowns, hidden in the hollow underneath the floorboards. I think I'm already at max money, but whatever. Once outside the broken gate of Amory, you turn to the north and follow the road which leads to Veretta, the principal city of Lyris. At noon, you come to a fork in the road where a signpost indicates 2 different directions, Soren and Veretta. You take the right-hand road and spend the afternoon riding across a lonely stretch of gently undulating plain. During this ride, unless you have hunting, eat or suffer damage. Daylight is beginning to wane when you arrive at the village that is dominated by a fortified manor house. Rain clouds are fast closing in from the west, and your thoughts turn once more to finding shelter. I'll go for the village, not the Not the manor. This village is a run-down, shabby-looking place which appears to have seen better days. The timbers of its gaudily painted houses are riddled with rot, and its citizens have a mean and surly demeanour that you find irksome. You're having second thoughts about stopping at the inn and are only persuaded when you hear the distant rumble of thunder. To your surprise, you discover the owner of the Pickled Scow to be a kind and cheerful character. For 3 crowns, he and his daughter furnish you with a good meal and warm room above their kitchen. Before you retire for the night, they invite you to sample their ale. It is a weak but flavoursome brew, and while you sip it in front of the blazing hearth, they tell you stories about the travellers who have spent nights in their inn. Ask for news about your homeland? Summerland? Oh, I'm afraid not, kind sir. Your home must be more than 600 miles from here. Rare we get to hear what's going on in Veretta, when that's only 20 miles to the north. Hearing the innkeeper mention how far it is to Summerland brings a leaden feeling to your stomach. You still have far to go and little time in which to accomplish your urgent journey. Feeling chastened by the daunting number of miles that you must ride, you bid the innkeeper and his daughter good night and retire quickly to your room. You sleep well and rise with the cock's crow. When you reach the stable, you discover the innkeeper has already prepared your horse, ready for your departure. You thank him and wave farewell to the cheerful man and his daughter as you set off on the road north to Veretta. It's midday when you catch your first glimpse of the ancient city, positioned on a large plateau in the centre of a grassy plain. The blood-red walls and towering spires of Veretta look undoubtedly impressive. As you approach the southern gate, you admire the carvings which embellish the city walls. They depict great dragons with snake-like bodies that intertwine as they flow around the towers and bastions of the city. The guard at the gate allows you to enter without challenge, and you pass through the grand southern entrance which leads to a flagstoned square. Of course we visited Veretta. It's where we got the Lawstone of Veretta, one of the 7 Lawstones of Nixator. As you stop to survey the shops and stalls which circle the busy square, you recall the welcoming help you received from Gwinion, sage, the last time you visited here. You remember vividly your meeting with him in the Hall of Learning, though you have no idea as to the whereabouts in the vast city these halls are located. Sure, let's search out for the Halls of Learning. You ask a street trader the way to the Hall of Learning, and he points impatiently to an avenue on the west side of the square. A rusty plate fixed to the corner of the building says Quill Street. You ride along the narrow avenue flanked by aromatic jala houses and perfumeries, until it turns abruptly right into a wider thoroughfare called Brass Street. A smile cracks your travel-grimy face when you see the courtyarded entrance to a grand building. It has changed much since last you were here, but despite its new brick and marble facade, you recognize Veretta's Hall of Learning. You ride along a gravelled path to a fountain where you stop and ask a brown-robed scholar if he knows where Gwinion can be found. Without speaking, he points to a nearby hall. A sign hanging over its richly carved oak door says Library. You thank the robed man and dismount from your horse, leaving him tied to a ring which is set to the wall. You then push open the door and enter the library's cool interior. Countless thousands of books and parchment crowd the stone shelves of this magnificent library. Your eyes travel along them until they reach another door at the far end of the hall. There, standing, framed in its arc, is the man whose help you seek. "Welcome, Grand Master. I have been expecting you," says Gwinion the sage. Gwinion ushers you into an adjoining chamber, where floating bulbs of light illuminate the stone table covered with charts and scrolls. "What news have you of Summerland?" you ask anxiously. "Grave news," replies Gwinion, with an ominous tone. He picks up a chart from the table and traces a finger across the intricate lines and calculations that embellish its ancient yellowed surface. Oh god, not again. The dark god Na has opened a shadow gate in the Derncrag Mountains, a corridor between our world and his. By means of the corridor, he has sent a host of winged creatures, the Lavas, to assail your monastery. It is his plan to destroy the young order of Kai warriors while you are not able to lead them. The Shadow Gate opened at this time the last full moon, and since then, the monastery has been attacked repeatedly. Nar's servants have your stronghold encircled and cut off from the armies of King Ulnar, who has repeatedly sought to break the siege. So far, your Kai have withstood the attacks, Lone Wolf, but they are weakening. Only you can save them now. But how, you ask? Shaken by Gwynion's accounts of the events that have occurred during your absence, if the armies of King Ulnar are powerless, how could I hope to save them? Do not despair, Lone Wolf, replies Gwynion reassuringly. All is not yet lost. You can save your order by closing the gate, through which Nar sends his Lavas minions. You're about to ask how you could possibly achieve this, how you might close the Shadow Gate, but your urgent question is forestalled when Gwynion raises his hands. Patience, Lone Wolf, for just a moment, he says as he allows himself a smile. I, humble Gwynion, possess the means by which you might thwart the Dark God's murderous plan. From a secret drawer beneath the stone table, he brings forth a golden crystal the size of an apple. Its multifaceted surface radiates a myriad of tiny beams which shimmer and sparkle, with fiery energy locked within its core. This is a sun crystal, he says, placing the object into the palm of your hand. Its surface feels pleasantly warm, inviting your touch. If you are to save your brethren, you will have to close the Shadow Gate. This crystal can achieve that aim. It contains sufficient power to destroy the Shadow Gate and prevent its return. You look down at the glowing crystal with a fearful respect. He notes your concern and smiles. You need not fear the crystal's power, for it cannot cause harm within our world. Only if it is cast into another plane of existence will its powers be released. Grandmaster, you must cast it into the Shadow Gate that Nar has created. This is how you can save your brethren. Then I must away at once, you say, placing the sun crystal into the pocket of your tunic. Now that I have a weapon I need to save my people, I will not stay a moment longer. I must leave for Cassiorn at once. Yes, says Gwynion. I know of your plans and have made provision for you to travel to the city of merchants more swiftly. Follow me, and all will be revealed. Record the sun crystal on your action chart. It is a special item. You must discard another one if you are already at the maximum number. You follow Gwynion through a series of corridors to a stable from which he brings forth a magnificent white stallion, the finest steed you have ever yet seen. This is Wildwind, Grandmaster, he says as he strokes the steed's muscular neck. He will carry you to Cassiorn, swifter than any horse you have yet known. Swifter even than your own fine steed, Storm. You look into Wildwind's intelligent eyes and detect a faint magical aura about him. However, it is not until you climb into the saddle that you sense his true power. 1,000 thanks, Gwynion. I am forever in your debt. With these words, you bid Gwynion farewell and leave the halls of learning. You depart from Veretta through its great east gate, and once again outside the city you spur Wildwind to a gallop. You are astounded by his speed and untiring stamina. Gwynion was right. He is the fastest horse you have ever ridden. In little more than an hour you have covered 60 miles. It is only when you find yourself approaching a stone bridge commanded by a huge gated archway that you are forced to rein him to a halt. Above the archway you notice the words Denka Gate engraved into the stone. Below them, written in chalk, is the message, toll for 4 gold crowns. After a few minutes, an unshaven old man emerges from a door set into the grand gate. He holds out his hand and demands that you pay him the toll. Sure, why not? You leave behind the gate and follow a road that twists and climbs through densely wooded highland. Once you crest the last timbered hill, you begin a gradual descent towards the Tornor Valley, a fertile expanse of cropland and grassy plain. By dusk you can see the river Qual ahead, and shortly before nightfall you cross its fast-flowing rivers at a bridge in the centre of Quorlen, a busy town on the caravan route to Cassiorn. Just beyond the bridge, you see an impressive hostelry. Okay, so it's like a hostel, but many of it. And adjoining stables. A shield hangs above the courtyard gate, displaying its name, the Barrel Bridge Tavern. Sure, why not? As you enter the courtyard, a boy rushes from the stables and eagerly takes charge of Wildwind's reins. He praises your horse enthusiastically and promises him that he will look after him while you're enjoying your visit to the tavern. On entering the taproom, you are welcomed by the mouth-watering smell of roast beef and fine ale. The tavern is busy and no one pays you special attention as you seat by the counter. At a nearby table, you notice an argument brewing between a merchant and a man dressed in a shabby hide coat. The merchant is accusing the man of stealing a purse of gems, and the confrontation is being made worse by a third man, a lank-haired bargee, who is siding with the merchant. The accused man pleads that he is innocent, but the other two give no credence to his plea. The merchant suddenly draws a dagger and threatens to slit the man's throat unless he hands over the gems at once. We do have Spirit Walk. Your advanced Kai Mastery reveals to you the whereabouts of the missing purse. It is in the boot of the bargee, the lank-haired man who is siding with the merchant. He was hoping to keep hidden his guilt by pointing the finger of suspicion at the other man. He steps away from the table as he tries to move quietly towards the tavern door. He passes in front of your chair. Deftly, you kick the top of his boot. The blow splits the purse and scatters gemstones all over the floor. "Why, you?" growls the filthy bargee, and in the blink of an eye draws a dagger and lunges for your heart. He is so outskilled that it is laughable. Yep, we insta-kill him. The accused man thanks you profusely for proving his innocence, and the merchant, while on his hands and knees gathering up his scattered gems, offers the man one of the glittering stones by way of apology. Red-faced with embarrassment, he offers you 10 crowns for having rid him of a thief, whom he was going to entrust with his entire cargo of gems and spices from Cassiorn. Sure, I will accept your money. The tavern owner is not so understanding. He doesn't like blood spilled on the premises and asks you all to leave at once. You bid all of the people good night and return to the stables to collect your horse. A signpost on the road out of Quorland says Cassiorn 260 miles. On a normal horse, you would expect the journey to take 4 days, but on Wildwind, you are confident of reaching the city of merchants before midnight. Aided by a full moon and your sharp Kai skills, you keep Wildwind on a safe course throughout your long night's ride. Rapidly, the miles melt away beneath his hooves, and as midnight approaches, you see the welcoming light of Cassiorn twinkling on the horizon. Using magical spyglasses, the watchful guards above the city's west gate see you coming, and set their torches to fire beacons to help guide you. The gates of the city are thrown open, and as you ride through, you meet a thunderous welcome from its citizens, rich and poor, many of whom have left their beds to cheer your arrival. Not until you see the bulbous golden towers of the High Mayor's Palace do you allow Wildwind to slow his pace. You pass through the palace's grand arch, crafted from marble and gold, as you bring Wildwind to a halt, and you see a wondrous skyship hovering over the roof of the High Mayor's chambers. It reminds you of Skyrider, your friend Guildmaster Bane's flying ship. Though the craft above is sleeker and appears to be fashioned not from wood but from burnished metal. "She awaits your command," says High Mayor Cordus, as he strides down the steps of his palace chambers, with an entourage of guards and advisors scurrying in his wake. "What do you think?" he beams, pointing to the ship. "Is she not magnificent?" "Indeed she is," you reply as you dismount from Wildwind. who, to your great astonishment, displays not the slightest sign of fatigue after your incredible ride from Veretta. Tell me, Haimea, what is the craft's name? We call her the Cloud Dancer. Within an hour, you are standing aboard the gleaming steel deck of the Cloud Dancer, which vibrates gently in tune with the rising power of its magical engines. A crew of Cassiorian engineers set free the horsters and hold her in place, and then, with a farewell wave to Cordus and his court, you give the order for Cloud Dancer to commence her maiden voyage north to Holmgard. Throughout your sky voyage home, your mind is filled with fear and uncertainty of what might await you in Holmgard. You spend most of the journey on the rear deck, alone with your thoughts, staring down at the land spreading past more than a while. At the land speeding past more than a mile below. You watch as a jungle of the Mackenmire swamp gives way to the barren scrublands of the wildlands. There, you catch sight of the pass of Moitura. Your pulse races with excitement, for the V-shaped cleft in the southern Derncrags is where the wildland territories end and your beloved homeland of Summerland begins. Your excitement is nothing compared to the elation you feel when you first glimpse the lights of Holmgard, the summer-ending capital. Guided by beacons blazing atop the king's citadel, the crew of the Cloud Dancer brings her gently in towards the city. The craft is made to hover directly above the citadel, and horsters are lowered to anchor her in position against the wind. You descend by rope ladder to the citadel roof, where you are greeted by a distinguished party of barons and fryearls, led by King Olnar himself. "Welcome home, Grand Master," he says, his voice breaking with emotion. He clasps you to his chest, like a father welcoming home a lost son. "Thank Kai and Ashir you are safe. Now may the darkness of Nar be lifted from our lands." King Olnar convenes an emergency council of the summer-lending barons in his chamber of state. When all are assembled, Baron Kaldar of Anskarven conducts a briefing, principally for your benefit, outlining the grave situation confronting Summerland, and most especially the new order of the Kai. You are aware of much of what he says, having been briefed already by Gwinion the Sage in Veretta, but you learn that the Summerlending army has lost many brave men attempting to break the siege at the monastery and is too weakened to attack the enemy more. "Where is Guildmaster Bane, you ask, when called upon by the king to speak to the council? He is in the monastery. He is accompanied by Lord Ramoa of the Desi and the 10 most senior magicians of Tauren's Brotherhood. They went to the monastery during the early days of the siege. They travelled there aboard the Guildmaster's skyship and..." At this point, the Baron hesitates and looks to the king, as if seeking his permission to continue. The king continues on his behalf. "Grand Master, the Guildmaster's skyship was seen falling from the skies above the monastery. Border rangers saw it crash in flames. We fear that all aboard have been lost." The king's words come as a terrible blow, for Bane and Ramoa are among your closest friends. If it is true, then all of Summerland's finest magicians have been lost at a stroke, and the blow is doubly severe. The security of your homelands will have been greatly compromised by their deaths. If you possess spirit walking and divination, turn here. You request the king to excuse you from your council from the War Council for a few moments. He grants your requests, thinking that you wish to grieve the loss of your friends, Bane and Ramoa, and he allows you to use his own royal chamber. Once you are alone, you use your Kai mastery to attempt to make contact with Bane telepathically. You concentrate with all your power, straining your psychic energies in an effort to connect to your friend's mind. To your surprise, you detect a barrier in the ethereal plane, a wall of dark energy that has been placed there purposefully to prevent telepathic contact. You sense that this barrier is the work of the dark god Nar, and you call on all your reserves of psychic strength in an attempt to break through it. Pick a number from the random number table. For every rank that you have attained above Guardian, add 1. So how have we actually done on the map? We should be pretty much done. So we went to here, and then we rode our super horse to here, and then we flew via super ship to here, and now we've just got this last little bit of getting to our monastery. Come on. As for how many ranks above Guardian we are... One, two, three, four. So we're going to add 4 to the number we roll. So we roll well enough to get critical success. You feel your psychic powers burrowing through Naal's ethereal barrier. You have almost penetrated the shield when suddenly you sense the presence of the Dark God himself. He is pouring the essence of evil into the breach, repairing the damage you inflict. You cease your telegnosis. You are mortally afraid of allowing Naal the opportunity of locating and attacking your mind force. For if he were to do so, you would risk losing not only your sanity, but also your soul. Despite not having made telepathic contact with Guildmaster Bane, you refuse to believe that he and Lord Ramoa are dead. You resolve instead to reach the monastery and destroy the Shadowgate as soon as you are able. And, strengthened by this resolution, you return to the Council of War and announce your decision to the king. You show the council the sun crystal that Gwinion has given you and tell them of how you intend to use it. Ulnar and the barons applaud your plan and your courage. The king places under your command his elite cavalry guard, so that you might use them to break through the enemy's lines at its weakest point and reach the monastery. Captain Duval, commander of the cavalry guard, knows where the weak point is and will guard you and guide you to it. The king dissolves the council and, as the barons return to their armies in the field, orders you to rest in his chambers for some hours. Get some sleep, he says, patting you paternally on the shoulder. You will need it. You ride with the guard at dawn. As the sun rises above the waters of the Holmgulf, it sheds its golden light upon the hopeful citizens of Holmgard, who have gathered to cheer your departure. You ride out of the king's citadel at the head of the guard cavalry regiment, with Captain Duval at your side. Bouquets of summer-lending roses are thrown before the hooves of your warhorses, and your ears ring with the jubilant cries of the crowd as you and the brave horsemen at your back ride with pride through the city streets that lead to the North Gate. Once outside the city, you order the troops to couch their lances and form up in column, 4 abreast in readiness for a swift ride north. At midday, you cross the river Unorum and meet with a patrol of border rangers guarding the junction. A track emerges from the Freeland Forest and joins with the main road from the west. Although unsigned, you recognize its rutted surface. It is the Almena Trail, one of several forest tracks leading to the monastery. Captain Duval tells you that the enemy line is weakest at a place several miles along this trail. The border rangers come quickly to attention when they see you approaching. Their leader, a sergeant with a battle-wounded leg, warns you that the enemy was seen earlier flying over this area of the forest. You acknowledge his salute and give the order for the regiments to form up in column, 2 abreast, before leading them along the trail into the forest. You have covered less than a mile of this woodland track when you find yourself descending a gentle slope towards a stream, a tributary from the Unorum. There was once a bridge which crossed the watercourse at this point, but it has long since collapsed. Its ancient stones now form a ford, which carries the trail over to the far side of the stream. If you have super hunt mastery and are high enough rank, pick here. And we do have super hunt mastery, so your Kai mastery alerts you to a beam of ultraviolet light at the exit of the ford. It is a pencil-thin beam and emanates from the age-worn keystone of the old bridge, crosses the exit just inches off the ground, and disappears into some bushes opposite. "Column, halt!" you shout, bringing the regiment to a stop. "Is something wrong?" asks Duval. "Perhaps. Wait here, Captain. I must satisfy my curiosity." You urge your horse forward and approach the fallen keystone. As you draw closer, you sense that it conceals an explosive device, construction not of this world. It is an elaborate booby trap planted here by Nar's minions, and it is set to detonate should any large creature unwillingly break the beam. If you have magic and you wish to use it, if you have fire, cold, and acid immunity and you wish to use it, or if you suck, go here, here, and here respectively. We'll use magic. You instruct Captain Duval to retreat with the regiment 50 yards back along the trail. When he's complied with your order, you move upstream until you can see at an angle the source of the ultraviolet beam. It is a small metallic polyhedron studded with rivets. You utter the words of the Brotherhood spell Lightning Hand and point your index finger at the device. A tingle runs the length of your arm and a crackling arc of power jumps from your fingers to the polyhedron. Instantly there is a violent explosion which peppers the area around the ford with sharp splinters of rock. As the dust of the explosion clears, you signal to Duval to bring the regiment forward. "Thank Ashir you're with us," he says as he leads his men across the fords. "For without you, this wicked sorcery would have cost us dearly." After the explosion at the ford, you sense that the regiment is more wary of the surrounding forest. You proceed at a slower and more cautious pace, keeping a watchful eye on the trail. You have not gone far when your eagle eyes detect something amiss in the undergrowth, away to the right. You magnify your vision and see a patch of grey among the green of the forest floor. After a few moments, you recognize it to be the sole of a man's boot. Pause and look more closely. You signal to Captain Duval to bring the regiment to a halt. Then, as soon as they are stationary, dismount and move into the undergrowth alone. Stealthily, you advance towards the boot, suspecting it to be another enemy booby trap. But when you are within a few feet, you see that it is no trap. A knot tightens at the pit of your stomach and tears well up in your eye as you look with pity upon what you see. You have found the body of a Kai master, his torn and crushed remains, clothed in the grey cloak and tunic that denotes his rank within the New Order. He has been dead for several days. At first, you can hardly bear to look upon his face, but when you do, you recognize him as Swiftfire, the fastest runner of all the Kai, and you suspect he may have volunteered to use his speed to try and break through the enemy lines. It seems sadly, though, that he could not outrun his fate. Respectfully, you cover his face with his cloak and say a short prayer to the god Kai to watch over his spirit. You return to the regiment and continue to ride along the trail. 2 miles further along the trail, you catch your first glimpse of Nar's minions. 5 horny-skinned creatures hovering on the breeze 30 feet above. These creatures have wings and tails that shimmer like burnished gold, and armor like plates which protect their limbs and bellies. From their beaks protrude snaky tongues, and their claw-like hands and feet are tipped with talons that glint like sharpened knives in the sunlight. We saw them both when we travelled to the other world and when dealing with getting stuck in the other world before exiting and blowing up the Shadow Gate. You recognize these creatures at once. They are lavas, winged horrors from the plane of darkness, the domain of the dark god himself. The memory of your previous experiences with these creatures sends a shiver coursing down your spine. With a silent signal, you bring the regiment to a halt. Captain Duval leans forwards from his saddle and whispers, "Here is the enemy who have your monastery surrounded, Grandmaster. This is the weakest point in their line. I know this place. The monastery lies over the next ridge of trees. If we are to break through here, we must be quick about it. These creatures can fly, and it would not take them long to summon reinforcements. You are right, Grandmaster. The risks are indeed great, but I and my men are willing to take them to ensure you reach the monastery. You must get through. You are the only one who can destroy the Shadow Gate and remove this curse from the land. Very well then, Captain, you reply, unsheathing your weapon. Pass the order to prepare to charge. Cheers, Tarkus, and welcome, raiders. We are indeed. Those of you just joining, we are up to Book 18 of the Lone Wolf Saga. The enemies have opened an evil Shadow Gate near our monastery, and we have returned home from a previous adventure. We have to blow up this Shadow Gate. You lead the regiment along the trail to where the surrounding forest opens out into a shallow meadow. Along the center of this grassy clearing there meanders a small stream, where dozens of winged creatures have spread unevenly along the muddy tracks. They are staring intently at the water, seemingly fascinated by the sight of the trout swimming there, and at first they don't see your regiment approaching. A small stream is meandering. How many viewers are we talking? 22, Tarkus. You give the signal to charge formation. To change formation, and to form 2 lines abreast. Then you glance at the wooded rise on the far side of the meadow, knowing that beyond this lies your goal, the monastery. One of the creatures hovering over the stream raises the alarm, and his ghastly brothers growl with surprise. Unnervingly, they clack their beaked jaws as they survey the king's cavalry, as though relishing the thought of their imminent feast. Enjoy your dinner, mate. You order the men to lower their lances, and then, with a smile of grim determination on your lips, spur your horse forward and give voice to your battle cry, "For Summerland and the Kai!" The king's cavalry sweep down the meadow and engulfs the winged horrors, driving their lances through their steely hides. You see 2 of the creatures disappear beneath a thundering wave of hooves, as another 2 are caught from behind as they attempt to take to the air. You strike a creature a blow to its head as you gallop across the stream. It glances off its iron-hard skull, but the force is sufficient to stun the beast. As it staggers drunkenly in your wake, Captain Duval, who is leading the second line, veers towards it and runs it through with his lance. Once you are over the stream, you spur your horse up the grassy side towards the top of the ridge. Now no more than 100 yards distant. You're within seconds of reaching the crest, when suddenly one of the creatures comes swooping out of the sky. It fixes you with its glowing eyes and extends its talons as it comes screaming down towards your face. One sec. If you possess magic and wish to use it, here, if you possess the other kind of magic, or if you suck and haven't chosen either of these skills, we have magic. You utter the words of the Brotherhood spell Lightning Hand, and raise your right arm, pointing it towards the belly of the swooping beast. A flash of blue-white lightning erupts from your fingertips, and the arc of crackling energy speeds from your hand towards the creature. It veers in mid-air to avoid the bolt, but its reactions are too slow. The bolt rips a jagged hole in its left wing, and suddenly, off balance by this wound, it loses control and slams into the ground with a sickening crunch. Suddenly you hear Captain Duval, strident voice rising across the din of the battle. "Ride on! Ride to the monastery!" he shouts. You glance over your shoulder and see the captain and his men locked in combat with the winged creatures. More are swooping in from the east now, drawn by the cries of their brothers. The tide of battle is turning against Duval's men, and your heart goes out to them as they struggle bravely against ever-increasing odds. Your instinct is to turn back, but you heed the captain's plea and urge your horse forwards towards the top of the ridge. The best way you can serve these courageous men now is to reach the monastery and destroy the Shadow Gate. You crest the ridge and your spirits soar when you see the Kai Monastery 2 miles distant. The checkered battle banner of Kai flutters atop the Tower of the Sun. Proudly defiant in the face of hordes of winged lavas circling overhead. The monastery is largely intact, though much of the surrounding wall has been damaged, and plumes of smoke rise from the inner keep and training park. Even at this distance, you sense that it is still being held secure from Nar's loathsome minions. The New Order have indeed proved themselves worthy in your absence. However, the pride you feel for your young acolytes is tempered by the price that has been paid. At the base of the Tower of the Sun, you see the blackened wreckage of the Sky Rider, Bane's skyship, twisted and gutted where it fell to the earth. There are bodies strewn about it, but at this distance, even with your magnified vision, you cannot tell if they are friend or foe. Dusk is already upon the land, and darkness will be total within the hour. Mindful of the circling lavas who command the skies, you decide to abandon your horse and continue on foot. It will be harder for the enemy to spot you moving through the forest on foot than if you were to continue on horseback. If you have mental defense skill, turn here. You resolve to reach a clearing in the Freeland Forest, a mile to the east of the monastery, where a secret entrance and passage is located. The passage leads directly to your vault beneath the Tower of the Sun, and it is your intention to enter the monastery this way. Before you set off towards the woods, you use your psychic mind blend ability as an extra camouflage precaution. Quickly, it proves to have been wise, for no sooner have you begun to run than a flight of winged lavas comes soaring out of the clouds overhead. You throw yourself to the ground as they pass by without slowing. Once they have disappeared beyond the ridge, you get to your feet and continue your run for the trees. You rush into the forest and glance overhead to make doubly sure that you are not being tracked by the winged lavas. The darkening sky is clear of the enemy, and confidently you press on through the trees, sure in your ability to remain undetected now that you are in a natural environment of forest. Soon you reach the clearing and hurry to a boulder, which bears the imprint of a human hand. You place your right hand upon it, and the imprint fits around it like a glove. Silently, a hinged stone slab rises up from the ground, revealing a stair leading down into a brick-lined passageway. You enter and hurry along this familiar tunnel, covering a mile before you come to a door that opens automatically at your approach. Beyond lies the Vault of the Sun, your personal stronghold. It radiates a warm golden light. It is the rays of the lore stones of Nixator. Once safely inside your underground lair, you pause to allow the radiant light of the lore stones to watch over your tired and aching limbs. Within the space of a few heartbeats, your fatigue from your long journey is melted away. Recover all lost hit points. Revived and revitalized, you throw open the door to the vault and see a young Kai master standing guard. He is Saber Fox, one of your most gifted students. Grand Master, he stammers, hardly daring to believe his eyes. You have returned. Praise the gods. Our prayers have been answered. You smile at the young Kai master, who now has tears of joy in his steel-grey eyes. Yes, Saber Fox, I have returned. Let us vanquish this foe and rid our land of their evil shadow. With Saber Fox at your side, you climb the circular stairs of the grand hall of the Tower of the Sun. Excitedly, the young Kai master announces your arrival to the battle-weary Kai gathered there, and at first they look at you in stunned disbelief. Then the truth of what they see sinks in, and they give vent to a loud cheer that can be heard all throughout the monastery. The news of your return spreads like wildfire. Two of the first to welcome you back are your friend, Guildmaster Bane. Yay! Bane didn't die. And your trusted advisor, Lord Ramoa. Thank Ashir you are alive, Bane, you say, clasping his hand in friendship. In Holmgard, they feared that you and Ramoa had been killed aboard the skyship. It gladdens my heart to see that this is not so. It warms me to see you safely home too, Grandmaster, Bane replies. Though we have been hard-pressed to keep your home safe in your absence, adds Lord Ramoa with a wry smile, you both have my deepest thanks. You took a great risk in coming to aid these Kai. I have seen what has become of your skyship. You were indeed fortunate to have survived. Aye, he says sadly. Yet alas, 3 of my brotherhood were not so blessed. They perished when the lavas dragged us from the sky. Take heart, Bane, for their deaths will not be in vain. They shall be avenged. And with these prophetic words, you take the sun crystal from your pocket and show it to your grieving friend. With this crystal I shall destroy the Shadow Gate and put an end to Nar's evil plan. Together with Bane and Ramoa, you make a tour of the monastery to assess for yourself the damage and extent of the battle damage. Your presence among the young Kai greatly improves morale and strengthens their resolve to withstand the lava's siege. You visit every area of the monastery, including the law halls of Solaris, where the bodies of those slain in battle are laid out awaiting burial. It saddens you to see so many of your fellow Kai dead, and as you walk among their ranks, you recognize many in whom you had held high hopes. Spring Rain, Eastwind, Sharp Dove, Deep Heart, Frostlark, and Firefly. Firefly was lost to us after far too few seasons. As you turn to leave the Law Hall, you vow to Bane and Ramoa that the sacrifice they have made will never be forgotten. You return to the Grand Hall where Bane and Ramoa tell you of the location of the Shadowgate. Kai scouts sighted it in the foothills of the Derncrag Mountains, less than 5 miles distant, at a place called Raven's Eyrie, says Bane. I know this place. My old tutor Stormhawk and I camped there on a hunting trip when I was an acolyte, before the war, with the Dark Lord Zagana. There is a track that leads there, and I know it well. You are determined to destroy the Shadowgate, and you resolve to go to Raven's Eyrie tonight to carry out this mission. Also, you are aware that tomorrow is a special day. It is Freemarn, the first day of spring, a holy day in Summerland, when traditionally all of the Kai gather at the monastery to reaffirm their fealty to King Olnar and the god Kai. It is also the anniversary of the massacre of the First Order, the day upon which all of your warrior caste except you were massacred by Dark Lord Zagana's hordes. I will destroy the Shadowgate tonight, you vow. And tomorrow we will celebrate Feimarn, secure in the knowledge that a lasting peace has returned to our land. Moments later, a doleful bell sounds from atop the Derncrag Tower. It is the alarum. Hurry, my lords, shouts a young Kai savant, who comes rushing breathlessly into the Great Hall. The enemy are attacking in force. To battle positions, my lords, you command, as you stride towards the door. The time has come for you to avenge your dead brothers. Fight well, fight true. The spirit of the sun god Kai is with us this night. The spirit of the sun god is with us this night. A great cloud of winged lavas is speeding towards the monastery from the northwest. They will arrive within minutes. As you watch the young Kai lords arm themselves and take up their positions around the monastery, you consider where best to position yourself for the imminent battle. If you wish to join the acolytes lining the battlements, turn to 114. If you choose to fight from the top of the Tower of the Sun, the highest point in the monastery, we'll go to the battlements. The lower ranks of the Kai are proud and excited to have you amongst them. Your presence inspires their courage, and you feel confident that they will fight exceptionally well in the coming battle. Lord Ramoa is also at your side, quietly intoning the words of battle spells in preparation for the lava's attacks. Here they come, shouts Saber Fox from the far end of the battlements. Take up your bows, my lord, you cry, as the first wave of winged beasts sweeps down upon you from the northern sky. Make every arrow count. We do indeed have a bow. You draw an arrow and take careful aim at one of the leading lavas. As it dips its head and opens its jaws, you release your straining bowstring and send your shaft whistling towards its face. The fire-hardened tip penetrates its eye, and with a hideous shriek it spins end over end before crashing into the parapet of the North Watch. Fire at their eyes, you shout, and a cloud of 50 arrows are sent streaming through the sky to seek their elusive marks. More than half find their target, decimating the first wave of the larva's attack in a single stroke. Yet, those winged creatures who do survive the volley are quickly among the defenders on the walls. Suddenly, you are confronted by one of the beasts, who attempts to bat you from the battlements with its horny tail. You leap to avoid the attack, draw your weapon in mid-air, and strike your first blow the moment your feet return to the flagstones of the North Watch. It has reasonably high combat skill and reasonably high armor. We will use extra psychic damage. I actually took more damage from enhancing my kill rate than from the enemy itself. The defenders of the Northern Watch fight like lions. The battle is fierce and bloody throughout the monastery, but the struggle is soon won and the shaken remnants of the winged attackers are repelled with heavy losses. A great cheer goes up as the last of the battered larvas limps to the air and makes its escape towards the Derncrags. You are moving slowly among the battlements, helping the wounded and praising those who have shown exceptional bravery when Bane approaches. The time is ripe for you to begin your mission, he says as he watches the last of the enemy wave disappearing into the mountains. They have lost many this night, and it is unlikely that they will return before the dawn. Yes, Adman, it is a pick-your-own-adventure book. But it's a pick-your-own-adventure book that also has a combat system. So you'll see in the top left we have an attack skill, and in the top right we have our health. We just fought with those larvas and we took some damage. We're at 51 of 58 health. Because we have the healing skill, every single time we turn a page, like if I click here, I'm going to go from 51 to 52 health because we slowly regenerate our health due to our healing skill. There are all sorts of skills. Which skills you pick influence which decisions you're able to take. So because we have the healing skill, earlier in the story when we encountered the guy that was dying of a critical wound, we could heal him partially, which allowed him to live long enough to tell us some information that made our way going forwards easier. We also healed one of our companions when we jumped out of the tower because there was a super enemy undead thing in there. Like, we jumped out of a high tower, took falling damage. Our friend took falling damage as well, but we could heal him so that he didn't have a broken leg sort of thing and we could run away quicker. There's also an inventory system. These were originally physical books that I played as a 11, 12, 13-year-old kid, and I really loved them. Coming back to them now, truth be told, the stories aren't as fantastic as when I read them as a kid. Like, when I was a kid, these were just mind-blowingly amazing, and I'd never seen anything like them before. The closest thing would have been sort of the Goosebumps choose-your-own books, but these are that much more involved in that it's much more like an RPG game in terms of you've got items, you've got combat, you've got weapons, you've got health. That said, I still think they're pretty good. Like, they're not as mind-blowingly amazing as when I was a kid, but I've been very much enjoying playing these. And this is a digital implementation of it. If you search for Lone Wolf Saga on the Android App Store, I don't know if there's one on the Apple Store, I'm sorry, you can get and play this on your phone, which is what I'm doing. I'm emulating a phone and showing you the phone screen. I would suggest that it's actually a pretty decent game to play whilst, waiting for a bus, on the train, that sort of thing. And compared to the original, where I would have literally hundreds of pages of scrap paper tracking my, this is my inventory, and crossing out items as I spent them from my inventory, and page after page of tracking my health going up and down. Especially because the regenerate skill means that every time you turn a page, your health goes up by 1. So, turn a page, scratch out old health number goes up by 1. And again and again and again, and then a fight, your health number goes down, health number goes down. But this does all of that digitally and automatically, which is really, really convenient. So I would have been even more amazed if there was like a digital implementation of this as a kid. Kids these days don't know how good they've got it. Originally, these were paid books. Like, I didn't buy them. I mostly borrowed them from the local libraries, and I went to 2 or 3 different local libraries to pick up as many different ones as I could because they all had different ones. But the author, when the turn of the millennium came for the year 2000, as his millennium gift to humanity, he made available a digital copy of all of these books over the internet. And so what the application does is the application references that digital copy so that you don't need to buy the books. Like, this is a free-to-play digital application for phone that makes use of that copy that was donated to humanity by the original author. And it also has... every book will have a little map thing showing you where you're going, and there's a whole big world. So we started off down here, off screen. We caught a boat to this city. Then we rode our horse here, here, here. We changed to a different horse. We came up to here. Along here. And then here we got a super duper horse, which we rode to here, which we then swapped over for our flying skyship thing, which we rode to here. And then we've proceeded on horse and on foot the last little bit. And the digital implementation even does this little tracking line to show you where you've been. Which helps you make decisions, because for some of the adventures, you'll be like trying to get to a set place. So for one of the earlier adventures, we had to get to the city of Veretta, and we started out at the monastery. And like, it was a more zoomed in map focusing on sort of this section, but imagine that this same sort of map was like here. And if you wanted to get from here to here as the adventure, it might say, do you want to go north towards this city or south towards this city? And it will lead to a different story, depending on which way you go. And there could be decisions that are more sensible. Like if you were here and trying to get here, you wouldn't go south, you would try and go north. And if you go the wrong way, you might fail because you've made a silly decision. Anyway. Enough gushing about it. Back to the actual story/game. You leave the monastery under cover of darkness and set off towards the northwest, into the foothills of the Dern Crag Mountains. Soon you pick up the trail that leads to Raven's Eyrie, and you follow it for a mile to where it crosses the mountain stream. Mist oozes from the peaty soil, breathing a damp film on the surrounding rocks. You continue beyond the mist-enshrouded stream until you reach a rocky spur of granite called the Eagle's Claw. Here you detect a low humming sound, and your pulse quickens. You sense you are getting close to the Shadow Gate. This resonant hum steadily increases in volume the nearer you get to Raven's Eyrie. 1 second, sorry. Cough, 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 cough. Then, as you come to within a few hundred yards of the peak, you catch your first glimpse of the Shadow Gate. It is an awe-inspiring sight. It appears like a black semicircular cave mouth that seems to hover, motionless in the air. Crackling snakes of electrical energy surround its edges, and the air before it writhes and shimmers like a desert mirage. You reach into the pocket of your tunic and remove the sun crystal, weighing it carefully in your hands, so that you'll be ready to throw it accurately when the time comes. Beg pardon. The electrical fire that borders the Shadow Gate suddenly flares and gives off hissing sparks, which climb like fireworks into the night sky. Moments later, a trio of lavas emerge from this total darkness and soar into the sky. Judging by their direction of flight, you determine they're going to reinforce the enemy line, which keeps King Olnar's armies at bay. You are too far from the Shadowgate to hurl the Sun Crystal, and so, with caution, you begin to inch your way nearer to your goal. If you have super pathmanship skill and spirit walking, turn here. I only have spirit walking, not super pathmanship, so sucks to be us, we have to go a more difficult route. You get to your feet and resume your steady climb towards the gate, less than 100 yards distant. But you had taken only a few dozen steps when suddenly another flight of lavas emerge from the Shadowgate. You flatten yourself against the damp granite in a desperate attempt to avoid being seen. But in your hurry, you lose your footing on the slippery rocks. Pick a number from the random number table. For every rank above Kai Guardian, add 1. We have 4 above, so unless we roll 1, we shouldn't ultra fail. We roll 4, so we middle fail. You fall among the damp and jagged rocks and gash your head on a pointed outcrop. Take 3 hit points of damage. Your sudden movement alerts the lavas to your position, and it circles around the Raven's Eyrie until it is sure that you are human. Then, with a piercing shriek, it dives out of the sky with its claws extended and beak jaw open wide. The shrieking lavas snatches you off the mountainside and soars into the air. As you struggle to free yourself from its mighty claws, you see the creature is carrying you directly towards the yawning black maw of the Shadowgate, and you freeze in shock. Moments before entering the hellish abyss, you look down and get a passing glimpse of the Sun Crystal lying among the rocks, no more than 30 feet from the Shadowgate. If you have Grand Nexus and have achieved a high enough rank, click here. So we're going to try and, I think, essentially this skill gives you small-scale levitation. If you wanted to think of it like the Force, where you levitate things, kind of like that. The instant you pass through the Shadowgate, you are assailed by howling gale winds, yet despite... Oh no, it's not. It's for resisting the coldness of the Shadowgate. Yet despite the freezing coldness of the abyss, you feel no pain. Your body is protected, cocooned, and shielded by your advanced mastery of the discipline of Nexus. You feel as though both you and the lavas are whirling downwards in ever-decreasing circles to the core of a vortex. Rapidly, you lose track of time. As abruptly as it began, the whirling ceases, and the frigidity of the abyss is transformed into a harsh and blistering heat. Shielded as you are, the extreme temperature feels only pleasantly warm. Nevertheless, with fearful apprehension, you force open your eyes and look upon the nightmarish realm that surrounds you. With dread, you cast your eyes across a nightmare landscape that stretches in every direction, to a horizon dancing with fire. Streams of blazing lava cut fissures through the coal-black soil. Pools of molten mud glow cherry red. They spout geysers of yellow flame that seem to claw vengefully at the orange sky. The heat and the stench of sulfur is overwhelming. The lavas drop you onto a shifting black soil and soar upwards until it disappears into the roiling clouds. In the middle distance, you see a herd of dragon-like creatures, snorting fire as they lumber slowly across the hellish plain. You sense great danger. And when you focus your Kai skills at the approaching Leviathans, you are shocked by what you learn. You have been transported to the plane of darkness, the domain occupied and ruled over by Na, the dark god. The approaching dragon creatures are massing to enter the Shadowgate that lies several hundred yards behind you. They are Na's newest creations, and you sense that if they enter your world, Summerland and the Kai are doomed. If you have super immunity to cold and hot and acid, turn here. If you have a platinum amulet, which does the same thing, do here. If you possess a talisman of Ishia, which is a special item that we got during this particular book, turn here. So correct skill, correct item from a previous book, having successfully found an item in this book. All of these will... This, and this all probably end up doing the same thing, but we'll go with the platinum amulet. You give thanks for the platinum amulet, for you sense that it is protecting your body from the extreme heat and toxic atmosphere of this hellish plane. However, the amulet alone is not enough to protect you from the creatures advancing rapidly towards the Shadowgate. Here there be dragons. The herd of coppery red dragons continues its relentless advance across the fiery plain. You count more than 100 in total, each as long and broad as a galleon. The largest of their number, who is also the swiftest, comes looming towards you, breathing blasts of blue flame. His scaly brethren halt in their tracks and watch expectantly through hooded black eyes as their leader stalks you like a cat preying upon a helpless dormouse. In a real book, yes. And that is one downside from this digital option, that you can't cheat. Not that Child Me ever cheated, of course. Not even once. Not even when cruelly killed by an instant death RNG run. I would, of course, start the whole book over every single time. High above, swooping in and out of the clouds, are scores of cackling lavas. You sense also another presence, a wispy dark shadow that exudes malevolence. You shudder when you realize that you are in the presence of a manifestation of Na himself. He has come to witness your doom, to enjoy the sport of your final futile battle. Before he unleashes his dragons upon Summerland, the lava's attacks were but the preliminary phase of his master plan to destroy Summerland and the Kai. With terror in your heart, you retreat across the moving sands in a desperate attempt to reach the Shadow Gate, your only hope of escape. The dragon continues to advance, and it utters its thunderous roar as it bares its fangs in preparation for attack. If we want to shoot at the Mega Dragon thing with our bow, turn here. If you don't, or choose not to use it... Now, the question is, does this choosing not to use it mean we run more? If choosing not to use it means run more, I want to be this. So I'm going to pick this and assume that it does. It doesn't look like it means run more. Sad. From the depths of its cavernous gullet, the dragon coughs forth a concentrated jet of white-hot flame that speeds towards your chest. Wide-eyed with fear, you leap aside desperately to avoid being incinerated by this lance of dragon fire. If you have magic, skill type 2, turn here. So we're going to cast Power World Shield. No, hurriedly you utter the words of the Brotherhood spell Levitation and leap into the air. The spell takes effect almost immediately and pushes you high enough to avoid the dragon's searing blast of flame. Your quick thinking has saved your skin, but it doesn't impress the dragon. You escape from its incinerating breath, serves only to make it even angrier. It stomps its massive 4-foot down onto the black soil and sends a splash of molten mud and flames soaring into the sulphurous sky. You ease the levitation skill and return to the uncertain black soil as you retreat towards the Shadow Gate. But as you run, you are forced to reach for your weapon as the great beast comes lumbering forward with his jaws agape. Unless you possess a Platinum Amulet, Talisman O'Shea, or the Discipline of Grand Nexus, take 3 damage because of the heat and atmosphere. You raise your weapon before your face, digging your heels into the shifting soil and praise to the goddess Ashia to watch you as the dragon gets ready to lash out with fang and claw. If you have the Ultra Super Mega Summer Sword, turn here, which we do. That's like Book 2. As if in answer to your prayer to the goddess Ashia, the blade of your divine sword radiates a blinding halo of golden light. You sense that you hold in your hands a weapon capable of destroying the dragon, and this realization lifts your spirits. Recover any health point loss you've had so far. The dragon growls with disdain as the light of your sword washes over its scaly hide. He raises a claw-tipped forepaw and lashes out in an attempt to swat the summer sword from your grasp. But you duck the blow and thrust the blade into his side. He roars with pain, but then he leaps at you with frightening speed. Vaxagor. Combat skill 56, endurance 52. He's immune to all psychic attacks except Ultra Super Mega Giga Psychic Attack. Because of the power of your sword upon the plane of darkness, add 4 to your combat skill. Nice. The dragon is better at combat than us, so we have to turn on our Mega Super Giga Psychic attack so that we're stronger than him. Now we are stronger than him and we have more health. As long as RNG doesn't favor our enemy too much. No, in fact, he's barely scratched us. We did more damage to ourselves by using Super Mega Giga Psychic attack. We win the fight. The death of Vaxagor stuns the dragon herd into a frozen silence. You seize the opportunity to make a dash for the Shadow Gate. Before Nar can direct his lavas to block your escape, you reach the Shadow Gate and hurl yourself through it, into the whirling black abyss. Once again, we have immunity to coldness, so the coldness of the transporting between realms doesn't hurt us. You draw upon your mastery for protection, and gradually you feel the pain subside. Flashing motes of light begin to whirl past you in the inky blackness. The faint sounds reach your ears, emanating from a pinpoint of light in the far distance. The speck of light grows until it seems to fill your senses, and then with an abruptness leaves you gasping for breath as suddenly you find yourself lying face down on a slab of damp granite. Still shaking from the effects of your return through the Shadow Gate, you slowly get to your feet and look out across the surrounding foothills. Here, on your homeworld, several hours have passed since you were carried into the Shadow Gate and the Plane of Darkness. As you survey the land, you notice that the first rays of the Freeman dawn begin to colour the eastern horizon. You look down at the mountainous slopes, which descend before the yawning black mouth of the Shadow Gate, and to your relief, you see the golden shimmer of the sun crystal. It is still lying there where it fell, 30 feet below where you are now standing. If you have magic and have attained a high enough rank, turn here. You recite the words of the Brotherhood spell, "Totally not Featherfall," and then leap from the rocky slab to where the sun crystal is lying. Wedged among the rocks, the spell slows your descent, and you are able to land easily. With a growing sense of awe, you take hold of the warm crystal and turn to look back at the Shadow Gate in order to gauge your throw. The halo of energy which surrounds the Shadow Gate begins to cackle fiercely, and your instincts tingle with a strange and sinister premonition. You sense that on the Plane of Darkness, Nar has just consigned his newest champions to the Shadow Gate. His mighty dragon herd is on its way to Magnamund, our world. As the first rays of dawn's sun spread across the surrounding rocks, you draw back your arm and hurl the sun crystal into the gaping maw of the Shadow Gate. There is a blinding flash as the sun crystal passes through the Shadow Gate, and a deafening implosion follows, which sucks a whirlwind of air and loose rock into its whirling core. For a few moments you hear a terrible far-off scream. It is the lonely cry of Nar himself, lamenting the destruction of his dragon herd, which, by your action, has been consigned to oblivion. The vortex continues to whirl, but it's growing smaller as its collapsing power fades. It shrinks and shrinks until, with a final crack, it disappears completely. Fantasy is kind of more epic when read. Yeah, and that's why I like the, gentle rain noise. I wouldn't also mind having, a gentle fireside fire noise, and we could pretend that I'm, quietly reading it to you by a fireside. I think that would be, peak, absolute peak, environmental, sort of atmospheric viewing. You return to the monastery, where upon your arrival at the North Gate, that said, for that I'd need a nice press-studded leather-backed chair, and I don't have such a nice fireside chair. You return to the monastery, where upon your arrival at the North Gate, you are treated to the loud and joyous applause of the young Kai warriors. Bane and Ramoa praise and congratulate you for your victory over the minions of Nar. It is a victory that will long be remembered in the history of Summerland and the legends of the Kai. Congratulations, Grand Master Lone Wolf, for once again you have triumphed over the evil forces of the dark god Nar. You are truly a brave and exceptional warrior. Yet, the fight against evil is yet to be won. A new and chilling manifestation of this evil will soon appear on your world, and it is an evil that will test your skills to the limit. The nature of this challenge awaits you in the next Grandmaster adventure entitled Wolf's Bane. All right, and we get through a book without a death. Not like last book with its like 23 deaths or whatever it was. God, that book was hard. Cheers all. Thank you for joining me for this book. I hope you have had a lovely time. I certainly have. And join us next week for more in Book 19, Wolfsbane. For those of you here live, I'm going to have a swift break, and then we might transition into checking out a different game for the day. There is a game I would like to check out called, what was it? Micegard, which looks like it's a real-time tactics sort of thing. But give me 2 minutes to grab a drink, and we'll be back with that. All right. Yeah. Welcome back. Cheers all. Life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. You won't escape. Okay. Lone wolf done. Checking out Micegard. Now, has it got a capital? Is it like 2 words or is it 1 word? It's 1 word and it doesn't have a U. All right. Let's close that till next week. Get rid of the BRB. Swap over to this scene. Oh, not underwater base. I'm not in my... Yes, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. No, we are... Here we are. This is the right scene. And then we tell it that the game I want you to capture is this one. Okay. Hello and welcome to The Blobber Checks Out Micegard. Full disclosure, this game chilled itself at me with a free copy. I've received nothing else other than a free copy. If you want me to play your game, giving me a free copy is an easy way of encouraging me to check out your game compared to needing for me to pay for your game. If you think that colors my opinions moving forward, then you're welcome to assume that position. I have no preconceptions about the game other than that it looks like it's a sort of top-down real-time tactics game. But we'll see what it is. Micel. Oh, and we can lose the rainy sounds. I finally found you. This is for you. A bouquet of stellaria. These are Phrygia's sacred flowers, and also they are given to loved ones. Aren't you a bit too young for this? I haven't taken my eyes off you since you won the Warriors contest. Promise to take me as your wife when I grow up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Helga. Keep the bouquet. I'll just take one flower. A little while later. My babies have been kidnapped. Please, has anyone seen them? Where are they? Helga, Bragi, all of them are missing. What a situation. I thought the runestone protected our village from evil. And now this. Right during the festival. Don't worry, we'll save them. Guys, let's split up and examine everything. It's impossible for them to vanish without a trace. Let's meet in an hour. I'll check the eastern side of the village. Maybe there'll be something there. And I'll take the west part. Good luck to us all, friends. Okay. WSAD. So we control Little Mouse Man. J is sword. K is shield. Sure. And what is 1? I don't understand what 1 is, but... Frogs have always been our enemies. They robbed us and took mice captive. It's good that it's now over and a peaceful life has come. If it weren't for the wound I received in battle with the frogs, I would not have yielded to you as in the warriors' competition, Micel. But this arrow in the knee... No, I can't talk to you. What about you? I've heard that the frog tribe has a new leader. Even more cunning and wicked than usual. We should keep our ears to the ground. In my youth, we praised Phrygia. Love, beauty, but also war. At Beltane. And now, the sacred rites have turned more into mere revelries. Ah. A white petal from Helga's bouquet. The scoundrels took her along with the other little ones. I must not waste a moment. Shame on me as Micegard's best warrior if I can't protect the children. Ah, so I meant to follow the white flowers. Okay. Follow the white flowers. I need to use sword to... Sure. Micel, where did you run off? Without us. We won't leave you alone. What kind of hero would you be without your loyal comrades? We're with you. You should stay at home, but since we've started, let's do it together. I'm sure Helga isn't leaving the petals by accident. She's leaving us clues. What a clever girl. Ah, so you can play with your mouse instead. You can also use right mouse button to shield and left mouse button to sword. So it's a question of do you want to use keyboard or mouse. Despicable frogs. How many years have we been fighting them? And still they keep coming. They kidnap our little ones. But how? Phrygia's sacred runes protect Micegard. Trust in the gods, but hold your... Yeah. Trust in the gods, but hold your weapon tight. I don't like all of this. It smells like a trap. sneaky frogs. Getting worryingly low on hit point if that hit point meter is gonna kill us if we hit 0. Yeah. Okay, again. Again, but better. Oh, we can also use a bow? Okay. We don't just have to run up to the frogs. But it's slower. And what's 3? Despicable frogs. How many years have we been... Yeah, we know all this. Blah, 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 blah. I don't understand. Oh, 3 is stay in a... stay in a Spanish square. Okay. I don't quite understand why we would want all these stones, but... well, certainly doing better than last time. Boss fight? Kids, I've come to save you, but where are Helga and Braggy? The big evil frog took them, and they didn't come back. Help us, Uncle Micel. Boop. 2 have already given their lives. We'll see about that, bumpy creature. You will pay for their deaths. Where does such strength come from? Oh, save your faithful servant, Todon, great protector. Where did this bloodthirsty spawn of hell go? What kind of sorcery is this? Go free the children? Now everything's fine, kids. You're safe. Let me take you home. Your mum is missing you. Thank you, Uncle Micel. We were so scared. And Helga, you weren't destined to become my wife, my brave mouse. But your cleverness has saved the rest. I will never forget you. And this disgusting Toadon won't run away from me next time. He'll pay for his misdeeds. So I gotta go back to the... Is this like fast travel back? Yes. There will be more and more of these frogs. We shouldn't rush and think it. We shouldn't rush and think it all through. Nothing to think about. They multiply faster than mushrooms in the rain. All we have to do is keep slashing. I agree. I don't like this, but let's hurry. Protect the babies. Come on. Okay, so I had thought that what little I saw made me think that this was a timer originally. But it's not a timer, it's a health meter. No, that's the way we came. Ugh, fine, you want to beat up the rock. I'd be more interested in beating up the rocks if I understood what the rocks are gonna... what this rock is gonna do for us. Oh, that enemy explodes into a pile of, like, acid? Okay, we've brought the babies home. No! Mom, where are you? How could this happen? Who dared to do this? Could it be the frogs? But what about our runestone? Oh, I told you not to rush. It's too late anyway. Pull yourself together. Now more than ever, we need courage, determination, and wit. You're right. What's the point of crying and wailing? We'll restore Micegard. Find those who did this and make them pay. This is war. Micegard is destroyed. It's time to rebuild. Okay, so here we go. With the stone found during missions, you can repair buildings. Each building has a unique bonus, which you get if you fully restore it. To do this, approach the building and press the interaction button. At the headquarters, near the tactical map, you can choose the next level. Revenge on the Frogs and save Micegard. Good luck. Holy moly, 150? 150. 150. 150. 150. Okay, so everything else costs, like, stupendously large amounts of stone. I don't understand how this happened. The runestone has protected our village for many years. Why has its power left? That's because gods are unreliable, capricious beings. We need to think with our own heads. Thinking for ourselves is good, but did the gods really protect us for years? Something bad has happened, and I can only think of one mouse who might shed light on this situation. If you're talking about the mad priest who our ancestors banished from Micegard, I think he's long dead, to put it bluntly. We won't know if we don't check. I'll visit this priest and see if he's alive, and get answers from him. You've finally arrived. Realize your mistakes, wretched. It's too late to beg for forgiveness. I came here because our runestone has stopped protecting the village. You might know the answer as to why. I've forgotten more than you'll ever learn in your whole life, and what happened to Micegard is no secret. You brought this trouble upon yourselves. What are you talking about? We didn't do anything. That's the point. You did nothing. You forgot about Freya's protection and patronage, the goddess of spring, beauty, and war. If you don't honor the traditions of the ancestors and don't praise the gods, no wonder they have turned their backs on you. How could we fix this? I don't want my relatives to continue to die, and the nightmare with Micegard to ever be repeated again. The gods are wrathful, but Freya is merciful. I'll think about how you can earn her forgiveness. Meanwhile, you need to unravel the enemy's plans. Go into the thicket and find the ingredients for the Mead of Insight. He wants us to get him a beer. It'll help you understand what to do next. Oh. They're not shootable. I don't understand. Ah! So whilst we're in Archer mode, we now have a dash. And in this mode, it is unclear what shield... Like, what does that do? At least the other one is clearly an attack. Chew! Bless me. We should go harvest that stone. Oh, there's baneling frogs. No, 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 run away. Well, the baneling got me. Sure, again. Yep. Oh, you foolish fools. They all ran into the first baneling. Okay, so the answer is never let them be on free roam mode. Because then they'll stupidly walk into enemy banelings. Maybe the banelings can't be shot? No, the banelings definitely can be shot. Run away! Good. Rescued mice will appear in the village in preparation for the final battle. Okay, we avoided the banelings. Get the honey. Oh, that mainly almost got us. Free runaround mode while we destroy this rock. Unfree runaround mode. Return to the priest. Alright. You're not hopeless. 8 previous heroes that I sent on this quest never returned. This Mead of Insight, how will it help us? Mead is a magical potion that sends visions of the past and future. This elixir allows you to look inside yourself and understand who you are. Without it, you won't be able to defeat anyone. Sounds dangerous. Yes, not everyone survives its consumption, but clearly the Norns have spurred you a complex fate. As for Frigga's mercy, I have your answer. Honor her, follow the traditions of the ancestor, respect the Queen of Love and the other gods, and perhaps you will earn her mercy. That's a bit scanty, but thank you, wise one. Also, lad, Frigga is angry, but she would never have allowed a massacre. Someone helped the frogs dispel the charms of the runestone. Someone from within. Thank you, wise one, but this must be a mistake. I don't think anyone would betray us. It's just impossible. Okay, so we have enough for one building. Do I want? Health potions do twice as much. Explosions deal half as much. Regeneration? Regeneration sounds good. And then probably this one. Regeneration up to half health and then maximum health increase. The battles with the frogs are costing us dearly. A number of wounded keeps increasing, and some sort of disease is spreading. In the past, when the young got sick, we would turn to the old witch. She knows healing herbs and can also perform blood magic. Usually you can't expect anything good from witches, and the gods don't like their sorcery, but it is worth checking out. Can you show me the way? I'll mark it on your map, but be careful. No one has gone to her in a long time. You're unlikely to be able to get there without some adventure. Ooh. That seems like a really clumsy way of... That doesn't seem much better. Okay, it's a stun. And it reflects the banelings. Well, that was important to know. No, 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 do not even think about approaching the baneling by yourself, stupid person. Damn it. Oh, here's the witch. And who do we have here? A little mouse who thinks he's a hero. You've come just in time for dinner. If I'm for dinner, witch, then you're here, then you're in for disappointment. I won't just jump into your cauldron. You're too young to be boiled in my cauldron. No, I prepared a potion of heroic strength. Was wondering who to test it on, and then you turn up. Sounds intriguing. What does it do? And what's in it? Why, fly agarics, crushed bare bones, honey, and sterilia. The potion will turn anyone into a great warrior. The sterilia is Phrygia's sacred flower. The sun god might not like it. Let's keep the gods happy and say no. I don't need your blasphemous potion. There's no need to offend the gods. Look at it. Suddenly so pious. Back in my day, everyone in Micegard was flapping their paws, or even their tails at Phrygia. Can you help with the disease in Micegard? Do you have something against it that won't offend the gods? Don't worry about the disease, I can handle that. A warrior fights and a witch practices magic. It has always been the way, and it always will be the way. Sadly, we didn't get enough, goodies to repair the next house. Win the trust of the gods. Micel embarks upon a pilgrimage to an ancient shrine, but such journeys never go without adventures. Micel, I was going through old records and found a map leading to an ancient sanctuary of the gods. People of Micegard used to make pilgrimages there, but it's been years since anyone thought about it. Perhaps this could help us. Thank you, Squeaking. This is valuable information. I will gather a squad and visit the sanctuary as soon as possible. We'll call it a pilgrimage. Free you. There was another baneling here that I didn't notice. Making sure to collect those other rocks. Okay, we need to be in this mode. We need to shield things so that you split up. No, get over here. Oh. Hello, young hero. It's been a long time since anyone visited this sanctuary. I thought mice had completely forgotten the way. A long time? It seems like you're exaggerating. This place is overgrown with grass. Don't remind me. I'd clean up, but it's not the work of a priest to mow grass and dispose of trash. Help me out, young hero. Show your valor. I've mowed down foes far more fearsome than this. I suppose I can handle some grass. So we literally do some lawn cutting. Channel our inner link. Well done. Now it's much more pleasant to pray here, but the sanctuary roof needs to be fixed. It's been leaking for 3 years. The walls need sealing. What are you getting at? The gods don't just like prayers, they appreciate offerings. They will value your care for their sanctuary, believe me. I understand, but I need the resources to rebuild Micegard. We're at war. Every nail and log counts. Yeah, I'll give you 10 stones. Our ancestors didn't skimp when building the sanctuary, and I shouldn't fall short either. Accept this offering in honor of Freya and the gods. Your wisdom and devotion will not go unrewarded. May the goddess of beauty's blessing be with you. Step by step, we will regain her favor. Now I must go back, wisest one. War waits for no one. Old people love free lawn care. We have enough that we can either do health potions, restore twice as much, but we decided that seeing as we got regen up to 50% health, increasing our max health to 150 sounds more sensible. It does, however, make us very poor. We received a letter from the distant community of mice. They had poor harvests for several years and want to invoke the blessing. If the goddess doesn't help, they'll face famine. Can you perform this ritual, wise one? There's no ritual that I don't know or can't perform, but it will take time and spiritual energy. If you can, then allow me to accompany you to this community. I'll make sure you arrive safely. With great power comes great responsibility. Very well, young one, let's go. We need to go in the other direction, wisest one. That leads to your hermitage. We need to go in the opposite direction. The harvest goddess has turned her beautiful face away from us. Plus, various rogues are raiding us. It seems like the end of the world is near. Everything is so terrible. Every 10 years it's the same thing. End of the world this, end of the world that. Enemies! Enemies approach. The pressure is on now. Deal with the rogues while I do the ritual. Use the ballista. We specifically built it for this occasion. What a machine. I've never seen one like it, but I'll learn fast. Okay, so now we have a side scroller, well, a side shooter. And we don't appear to have any limit on ammo. So we should just scroll up and down shooting continuously. Ooh, there's more of them and they're faster. Okay. How did the ritual go, wisest one? Will fertility return to the lands? Things are bad. Freya is angry. She demands a sacrifice, or she'll permanently turn her face away from the community. Sacrifices? We didn't agree to that. That won't do. We don't need this boon. We'll manage ourselves. This is a marketplace. This is not a marketplace for bargaining. The goddess awaits an answer and will take offense if she doesn't get the one she likes. Let her be offended. We won't be offering her sacrifices. Refuse and we won't be indebted. Of course we sacrifice. We asked for Freya's help, and it's fair to pay for this aid. Prepare the sacrifice. Ugh. I bow to your will. You did the right thing. Freya smiles upon you. Honor the gods, multiply your faith in them, and you will be rewarded. Finish up here, priest. Let's return to Micegard. Fortunately, that didn't actually earn us any stone. And we've done this little side path, so now we have to go this way. What is this? I drank honey before bedtime, and I see this. You will never win, vile frog. Micel will come and save me. He is the best warrior in the world. Cheeky girl, you'll be the first one I send to the altar. Qua! Ha 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 ha. Sir, this is a bad idea. Sacrificing children? Our tribe has never stooped so low. You're just squeamish as your father, Toadstein. That's why he's rotting in the swamp now, and I'm the new leader. Do what you're told, and your beloved frogs will finally prosper. To the altar with her. My patron loves cheeky little girls. What kind of best warrior am I if I couldn't save you or the village, Helga? I'm a disgrace to my ancestors. I'm not a hero. It's time to choose a leader. Someone has to lead Micegard on a path to rebirth, and no one is better suited for the role than you. Me? Don't make me laugh. I've let everyone down. I don't have any right to lead you. I understand. You don't need to shoulder this responsibility if it's too much. Leave all the decisions to me. I'm not sure if that's a good idea either. But if there's no other way, command Chief Ratkin. We need resources to build the village, and I know where to find them. Micel, I ask you to lead an expedition. You'll shake off your troubles and bring benefit to the community. I hope I can handle this, Chief. Why do my friends get to attack faster than me? Not fair. The heck? Where am I meant to... Oh, am I meant to take it to the beetle? Yes. Beg pardon, I meant to carry the stones to the beetle. You're so nice. Oh no. So you're the very Micel I've heard so much about. I am Toadstein. It is an honor for me to fight with such a brave warrior. Honor? I don't remember ambushing or killing children being considered honorable. Prepare for death. Oi, come back here. Okay, square formation. No, leave the ladybug alone, you monsters. Although it doesn't actually appear like the ladybug can die. So maybe defending the ladybug is pointless. That's right, Micel. There's no honor in my actions, but I am compelled to follow orders. That is my duty. Crawl back to your sorcery chief and tell him to sleep with one eye open. Micel is alive and he's coming for him. Now I have to protect the... No, the Baneling must go. That was just an unfortunate angle. Ah, Baneling! Baneling! No! No! Oh, come on. There we go. Ah, I've discovered a way to cheese things. If you swap back to this mode, when you're turning around, you can turn around the triangle really fast. Okay. Revenge is a dish served with blood. Tormented by the guilt over the death of comrades, my soul thirsts for revenge, but to defeat the sorcerer Todon, a reliable plan is needed. Glad we've come to an agreement. All you need to do is bury this little brat under the runestone. The rest is our concern. What is this? Let's just say it's a gift from my patron for Freya. She'll be very pleased. Do this, and you'll get what you've been dreaming for a long time. Power over Micegard should rightfully belong to me. My ancestors have been chiefs for many generations, and now I will become a chief. My soul, I'm in pain. I can't find peace until my death is avenged. Free me, save me, avenge me. I swear by Thorn's hammer that they will pay. Enough sitting on our hands, we must act. The spirits of the slain call for revenge. Calm down. Todon will not escape justice. Wait until the frogs invent manipular formations. But we are not ready now. We must restore the village's strength. I think Micel is right. He's not the best warrior of Micegard for nothing. We need to strike them at the heart, and I know how to do it. A better plan... Oh no, any plan like this will turn into a suicide mission. We won't achieve anything, only lose our heads. Not if we use a secret passage. I discovered it recently during a reconnaissance in the swamp. They won't even know what killed them. Are you with me? Let's avenge the vile frogs. Hello? Okay. Ah, the Baneling. Okay, mode 3. Donk. Get out of the way of the Banelings. Donk. Run away, because there's a Baneling thing coming inwards. Wait for the Baneling juice to go away. Oh, thank God. They very nearly got themselves banelinged. Lone Wolf has turned into Lone Mouse. We did our Lone Wolf book, Dutchy, and now we're checking out Micegard, which is a cute little real-time tactics game. Maybe a little... I'm tempted to say a little too easy, but I'm also only on 27 health, so maybe I should be keeping my mouth shut. Games are never too easy, you're just too good. Guilty as charged, Dutchy. What? It's a trap! We've been betrayed! Finally, you figured it out, the dumbest warrior of Mouseguard. Too bad you're going to die here. I won't give you the pleasure. To arms, my brothers. No, seriously, get over here. Double banelings. No, run away. Don't want double banelings. Wait for the baneling juice to go away. Oh, I got banelinged. Okay, good. Break their formation. Run away, it's a baneling. Fail. Break their formation. We have enough for another upgrade, so do we want... Health potions do twice as much. Or explosion... Yeah, I want banelings do half as much damage. Can you trust anyone when even your closest friends turns out to be a traitor? Micegard prepares to defend Micegard from the army of frogs led by Ratkin. How will the confrontation end? It's Ratkin. He's been a traitor all this time. He has dispersed the magic of the runestone. Because of him, Helga and Bragdi died. And the others too. Get a grip, Micegard. The Toad army is already approaching the village. First we must protect Micegard, and we'll grieve later. All the enemies already close. I will not sit idly by. Where is my sword and shield? I will fight with you, friends. You're still recovering from your wounds. Trust us. We can defend Micegard. No squeaking. We need everyone. Anyone who has strength in their paw to hold a sword. Welcome to the squad. We will no longer let them run rampant. To arms. Let our blades be bathed in frog blood. We meet again on the battlefield. Micegard, now I'll make up for my earlier defeat. Out of the way, Toadstein, you aren't my target today. The traitor Ratkin. That's who will fall by my hand. Okay, Oh god, no. So many banelings. Well, I picked the right time to grab the half damage from explosion skill. You should have surrendered and died peacefully. Now I can't promise you an easy death. So, your envy of Micegard and lust for power have turned you into a monster worse than any Draugr. Former friend. Shut up. You're no better than this weakling. You both will be sacrificed on the altar. I swear by Odin's beard. Take him alive. Am I meant to be making my way towards him or just fighting off another... Okay, I'm just meant to be fighting off another round of these. No, we get killed. Okay, we gotta dodge more banelings this time. Good enough. No, maybe not good enough. Nah, not good enough. Okay. Okay, this time we're ready for the Baneling Waves. Ugh. Well, it's still 60 more health than we had the previous time. Spare me! I've got it all figured out. I'll make it right. It was a mistake. I deserve a second chance. I'm your friend. A friend who promised to send us to the altar? A friend who let our village get burned down? A friend because of whom Helga died? If a friend... Oh, that's ghastly. If a friend is all of the above, I don't need friends. And we decapitate him with our little mousetrap thing. Forgive me for not being able to protect you, and to avenge you, I'm a worthless hero. Not at all. No one can always win. The main thing is that you keep at least a piece of light in your heart. You've become embittered. If you stop believing in those close to you, you'll end up like Todon or Ratkin very quickly. And for the sake of victory, you'll be ready for anything. I have to stop Todon at any cost, with the help of the gods or not. It doesn't matter, but someone has to do it. Not someone, but you, Micegard. Who else but you could handle this? I believe in you, and you should believe. My friends, we've been through a lot, and I understand that you no longer believe in victory, but I have a plan. I miss my little ones. I'm sorry I didn't save your children. They say one man on the field is not a warrior. It's time for Micegard to prove the fallacy of that statement. Why are my killers still alive? Why do the ravagers of Miceland feast? Why do you sit idly by? Is that you, Helga? Or is someone else speaking through you? You are perceptive, young warrior. I am Odin, the great god, taking the form of someone dear to you. I approve of your battle, and I have come to assist you. My greetings, All-Father, and I gratefully accept your help. In that case, I grant you the strength of a berserker. Go and strike down your enemies mercilessly. Set their camp on fire. Let none escape. Leave none alive. My rage overflows. I must kill them all. Really, that box feels like I should be able to break it. Apparently not. No, we can free one of our fellow mice. Bamboozle the enemy banelings into helping me. Warrior, spare me, I surrender. Did you toads spare my kinsmen when they begged for their lives? I don't even want to fight. I was forced to. It's all Toadon. Release me and I swear I'll never pick up a weapon again. My fury boils within me. Odin said that no one should escape. Agree with the gods. No mercy for my enemies. None shall escape. Odin will be pleased with me, and I will kill even more enemies in his honor until my heart is sated with vengeance. I hope he grants me this power at least once more. Okay. Warm weapon. Brothers at arms, let's beat the enemy with their own weapon. With betrayal and black magic? No, with military cunning, and the scouts have reported that the frogs have gathered barrels of swamp bile and are obviously plotting something. It's explosive. Do they perhaps want to blow up Micegard? Why don't we pay them a visit and find out the details? Break their formations. Destroy the Baneling. That was a lot closer than I would like, but... Break their formations. Sword mode. Let our friends do that one. Start on the next one. Lovely. Break their formations. Good. Baneling dealt with. Break their formation. Hello, friend. Save you. Okay, break their formations. Flee, there's a Baneling. Turn around. Baneling shoot mode. Very good. Wait for the goo to go away. Break their formations. It's a bit annoying that they're allowed to be on the Baneling juice, but I'm not. Shenanigans. Oh, I thought that would be the Swamp Bile, but apparently not. Oh, no thank you. Why isn't that dying? Ah, Mysel, Toden has already learned about our sortie. The army is moving on Swampberg. Excellent, we move on to the next part of our plan. I've named it Ratkin's Bow. So we leave a trap, and then it splooshes the enemy. Today, Todon took a serious blow. That was a great idea, Mysel. You are a true leader. It's just the beginning. I won't rest until I see his head above the gates of Micegard. We have enough money for the last one of these. Potions heal twice as much now. You're my savior. I won't remain in debt, I promise. Zzz. I'm not interested in politics. Zzz. Fight without me. The frogs have become too arrogant. It is time to reclaim from these green robbers what was taken from Micegard. Mysel and his warriors are ready for the big walk. Maybe we shouldn't, sir. I have a family. Little headlings. So, this is to protect your family as well. Sacrificing one's own tribe members. Can you fall any lower, Todon? Accept this sacrifice, O Loki, my patron, and let his blood saturate the runestone and give us protection. What a scoundrel! He spares neither others nor his own. Brothers at arms, we must acknowledge that these vile frogs are better prepared for war than we are. They have better weapons, armor, not to mention the trophies they took from Micegard. We have almost nothing left. I'm ready to go to war with a cooking spoon, just to squash more of those green creatures. It won't come to that. We'll take back what they took for us, and a little something on top. Really? That tree is causing some unpleasant clipping. Ah, the banelings can't go through the... Can't go through the little palislades. A treasure chest? What's all this then? Oh, I have to pick it up and deliver it to the ladybug. Okay. Break their formation. Hey, what the hell? They're immune to... They're immune to arrows. What is this? It seems that the frogs are not thrilled with your great walk, Mysel. But you're not done yet. That's right. I won't have peace until I get back everything they took from us. Really? Okay. The Scarecrow is invulnerable? Yeah, the Scarecrow is invulnerable. Good for them. Okay, treasure chest. Feed treasure chest to Ladybug. Send my regards to Toadon, bubbly ones. Tell him that I plan to visit his swampy majesty soon. Okay. Single person mode. I'm not sure what I missed. Maybe going down and right? Yes. Break their formation. Break their formation. So many people to rescue. Oh no, there's just lots of empty cages. Looks like that's it. We've had a good stroll. I'd say this should be a lesson to the frogs, but to make them understand the lesson, we'll have to carve it into their skin with our swords. What's next? Let's return to the village, and I'll tell you everything. But don't yawn, the frogs are on our tail. Okay. If the sail fails, we'll row. The priests sends Micegard to a distant island to secure Freya's favour. However, the hero will have to cross a turbulent sea to get there. You're still alive, lad. It seems like the gods favour you. I have news for you that will keep you both tail and head. Oh, that will help you keep both tail and head. And what are these tidings, wisest one? A ritual granting invulnerability, a healing prayer, spells to banish amphibians? No, I will reveal the location of an island where spirits live. They will help Micegard regain Freya's favour. Here, have a look at this island. Wow, it can't be reached with ordinary boats. I'll have to put Grandpa's Dakar into the water. What the hell is a Dakar? Boat? Okay, a long ship. A dragon. Okay, it's a Viking ship. I'm doing a reasonable job of dodging. I'm just not doing as good a job of shooting them. Oh, I didn't realize I could move forwards as well. I thought it was just up and down, but I can move forwards. That's a whole nother kettle of fish. Cat Venidus. Brrr. And who do we have here on the Isle of Nine Cats? Is it a little mouse eager to become my snack? Why do half the supernatural beings I want to meet need to eat me? Want to eat me? Is this some message from the gods? Don't look for hidden meaning, mice. Yes, yes, I know your name. You're just a mouse and I'm a cat, that's all. Brrr. Call me Cat Venadus. All right, Venadus. Cat Venadus. All right, Cat Venadus. I've come to find out how Micegard can regain the favour of Freya, goddess of beauty and harvest. I can put in a word for you, Micegard, but first, entertain me. Show me how well you know my goddess. She has a brother. His name is Freya. He rides a golden steed. What is the name of this steed? Horse? Mouse, deer, boar. I'm going to assume horse. You dare ask Freya's forgiveness, but you don't know about her family? Let's get out of here before I decide to snack on you. Freya's companions are temperamental. One word. Cats. Fine, we'll do without their purring. We've managed before. We'll manage again. Her horse isn't called Horse? Whatever. Meeting with the goddess. The time has come for Freya herself to weigh Micegard's faith and decide if it's worthy of her grace. Or, the souls of the innocent killed can't find peace. Only Micegard has the power to help them move on to the afterlife. Do you hear me, Michelle? Yes, Helga, what brings you to me today? How can I ease your suffering? It's not about my suffering. The souls of those killed by Todin and his henchmen can't find peace. Help them pass to the afterlife. Only today do I grant you this power. I will do everything within my power, Helga. I'll leave immediately as soon as I wake up. Break their formations. Break their formations. I'm already at full health, so the heart doesn't actually help me. Break their formations. Okay, we're going to need to break their formations. Oh, there's a little family of snowmen. Braggy, is it you? Uncle Micel, did you come to send me beyond the edge? Yes, little one, such is the will of the gods. The dead should not remain in the world of the living. Let me guide you. Uncle Micel, please, I can stay. I won't hurt anyone. This is the only way I can see my sister. She hasn't found peace yet either. Being a ghost isn't a solution. Don't torment yourself. Let me stay here. Never. The dead should not walk among the living. That is the law of the gods. I'm sorry. Don't do it! Sleep peacefully, little mouse. I will make sure your death is avenged. We don't believe in ghosts. Ghosts should go away. The friend in need is a friend indeed. The power and cunning of Todon should not be underestimated. Swampburg is an impregnable fortress, protected not only with walls but by magic. But in a moment of despair, a glimmer of hope appears in the form of a mysterious message. Or let's find if I've been loyal enough to Freya. Where am I? What is this place? How did I get here? Freya! This is my abode, brave mouse. You've achieved your goal. Even Freya has taken note of you. Are you pleased? It is a great honor to behold you in person, O goddess of love and war. You've done much to prove your devotion and faith. This pleases me. Know that I am merciful and just, and I will reward you for finding the right path. Freya's grace will be with you. You've done well, Missel. Venardis has returned to the harness, and she brought her friends along. You've pleased me again. From now on, my blessing is upon you, brave mouse. When the time comes, I will support you and your cause. Such is my word. Thank you. Fairest of goddesses, I swear that Micegard will never turn away from you again. We will worship you until the end of time. Okay. Let's find out about Swampberg. I appreciate your determination. You've done a lot to bleed the frogs, but I'm afraid we won't get any further. What are you talking about? We've got the swamp bile and weapons. We're ready for the assault. But Swampberg is an impregnable fortress. We cannot take it with our forces. We can't break down the gates. And also, the scouts say that Todon has erected a runestone. Now his fortress is protected not only by the walls and gates, but by witchcraft. Was it all in vain? Will justice never catch up to that vile wizard? A letter from Swampberg has been delivered. It says, personally, to be delivered to your paws. A certain senior Todor wants to meet us. He writes that he can no longer tolerate Todon's atrocities and wants to switch to our side. It's obviously a trap. Isn't Ratkin's betrayal enough for you? Throw the letter into the fire. Really? I see it as a category. You sure you didn't hit refresh, Salar? Yeah, I see it as a thing. It's even got its little icon. No, I'll give him a chance. Warriors assemble, we're going to meet Senior Toad. Thank you for believing in me and coming, Mysel. We have something to discuss. Toadstein. So you're Senior Todor? Don't believe him. He's Todon's henchman. This is definitely a trap. Like, I can see on screen that it's got the little, the, like, game cover art. This is definitely a trap. I indeed served the chief, but it was my duty as a warrior. He crossed all the lines. He spared no one's, neither his own nor others. Smooth talker, aren't you? How many of our friends have you killed? Prepare to die. Calm down, Squeaking. I believe him. Lower your sword. Are you on his side? Have you decided to betray Micegard? I won't forgive this. No? Is our friend literally going to smack me to death? I don't want to have to hurt you, friend. You've won. What now? Will you kill me? Put me in a pit for mutiny? Neither. I let you go. But I attacked you. How could you show me mercy? The fact that you lost faith and the light in your heart went out hurt me more than your sword. Go, Squeaking. Maybe you will find your peace again. Todon erected a runestone on the blood of his tribe members. As long as it stands, you won't open the gates of Swampberg. I've seen his witchcraft. It's monstrous, but what can we do about it? Not a single mouse will open the gates. But no one said a single thing about a frog. I will open the gates, and then you can destroy the runestone. But what about the inner fortress? I heard that no axe will take its gates. True, but in Swampberg you can get a battering ram, a siege weapon that Todon is preparing for his new conquests. To beat the enemy with his own weapon? I like that. A little later. For the cause, warriors! Let's stir up noise in this swamp. Oh, wow. One of our team members is now one of the frogs. No. Please get away. I desperately want to shoot the banelings. Break their defenses. Shatter their formations. Run away, Baneling! No. Run away. Very good. Ow. This Baneling is stuck behind the cauldron. There we go. That's right, Todon. No more sorcery will help you. What a machine. I'm sure Todon will be thrilled when we knock his door down with this. Final fight. The road to Valhalla. The die is cast. There is no turning back. Michelle and Todon's final battle begins now. My friends, brothers and sisters, the time of reckoning has come. The warlock and his frogs have been spilling our blood for too long. Everything is at stake now. We need every sword and every brave heart for the coming battle. I usually stayed behind and defended Micegard. If we lose, there will be nothing left to protect, so I will come with you. We've lost so many. They've taken so much from us. The hour to make them pay for their misdeeds has come. The hour of retribution has come. For Helga and my children, lead Micegard's warriors to victory. Time to unleash the swamp bile. Let's leave nothing but splinters of the gates. Okay, and so little ladybug acts as a baneling. Break their formations. Okay, and then the ram does the gate. We have to interact with it. Prepare the ram. It will all be over soon. How awkward. Fell into another mousetrap, Mysel. There's no way out for you now. We're surrounded. This is the end, Chief. If so, we will die honorably, like real warriors, with weapons in our hands. We will take so many frogs to Valhalla that you could make soup out of them for a whole century. Forward! How reckless and naive. Kill them. Squeak, you're back. You were right, my soul. If you don't believe in anyone, you'll become like Todon. I came to apologize, and the best apology for a warrior is the severed heads of our common enemies. I'll take care of them. You take out Todon. Now he has nowhere to run. You think you've won? Don't underestimate me, Mouse. You'll regret opposing Todon himself. I will regret that my sword will smell of your blood when I slit your bloated belly. Let's end this, frog. Not so fast, bold mouse. Loki and I have reached a mutually beneficial agreement. Todon, I will help you in this battle if you swear to serve me as your master. I'll throw the head of this brazen mouse at your feet, O fairest. One god or two, it doesn't matter. Nothing will save you. Okay, so you got to do... Yes. Curse her sudden but inevitable betrayal. Damn it. Hey, Thief's Day. Welcome, welcome. Oh. Oh, that's just the noise for Thief's Day's thing. So I'm one step ahead for once. Oh, Loki, my patron, answer my call. Give me the strength to crush this brazen one. Summon your demons to tear him apart. Save me. Take me away. Gods are willful and capricious, Todon. Trust me, I know. And Loki isn't interested in losers. Go ahead, my soul. Accomplish just retribution. Micel of Micegard, you've come a long way, survived many betrayals and losses. You fought against the enemies of your land, led warriors to victory, and toppled the evil sorcerer Todon. By the power bested upon me by the All-Father Odin, I declare you Konung of Micegard. Long may be your reign, and may it be fair. I promise I won't let the people down. I believe that an era of prosperity awaits us. Indeed, my grace has returned to Micegard. Now you are under my protection. No evil will touch you again. And you, Micel, my fearless warrior, will live long and happily, for your lineage will rule Micegard until the end of times. Thank you, O goddess of love and beauty. From now and forever, we are your sincere followers. Under your protection, we are all together moving towards a beautiful future. GG? Okay. That was a nice, cute, simple little game. I like that. Maybe could have been a bit harder, he says, even though he died a bunch of times. I certainly like that. I certainly liked that. All right. Cheers all. Thank you for joining me. Now, is anyone up and about? Because I could see myself going for a bike ride, and then maybe coming back with some more stuff in the evening. Yeah, Cal's up. I'll happily throw you along to Cal for now. So again, an apology for no Choo Choo Tuesday yesterday. I had planned to do it, but the funeral took more out of me than I thought it would. I came home from that and I basically had dinner and then immediately fell asleep. Oh, I'll miss you, Brad. You are much loved. For now, I hope you had a lovely time. I'll be passing you along to Cal. I might be back in 2-3 hours after I've gone for a nice bike ride, maybe taken the dog for a walk, we'll see, and had my dinner. I expect we'll be back with some Pokemon Infinite Fusion, but we'll see. Peace for now.